All right, we might be starting late, but we're starting nonetheless. It's the Alaboom, July 7th, 2016, 3 days after we celebrated the independence of our wonderful country. What'd you guys do for the 4th of July?
I moved stuff.
Nice.
It was exciting. And the fireworks were canceled locally or postponed until this coming Saturday due to the rain.
Oh, yeah? What about you, B-Dog?
Same thing. We grilled out and all, but our fireworks were canceled too because it rained.
Ours, I was at my lake cabin, and there's a few people that have more money than they know what to do with, and they always purchase several $100s worth of, if not thousands of dollars of fireworks. And I buy a few just so the my kids can get excited and what have you, and mostly fountains and stuff. But yeah, they buy like professional grade stuff. So you just kind of wander down to their area and just watch them go crazy. But yeah, just standard stuff. We only had one of the things fall over, as it's going off, so I only had to like run away once. Like crazy. That's always fun,
Not the 4th of July until you set a field on fire and have to put it out, is it?
Well, I was a little bit worried because like we go down and then there's like my parents the cabin that we have. It's kind of like a V, basically, in a weird way. Like, so like the beach area is huge, but it definitely like tapers off towards the end. It isn't like a classic like rectangle or anything like that. And so, but since we have this like kind of a long beach line of like beach line's like 160 feet or something like that, so it's pretty good. But the beach is gone. The water's raised so much since they first got there. It's just we had to build like a rock wall basically to save our lawn, so the water wouldn't just keep taking it out. So I remember one summer my brother and I basically spent all one summer, this was probably like 20 years ago, just basically going out into the lake, finding big rocks, and then just making a rock wall, to retain the land. But you can kind of go right to the ledge. We have kind of like a bluff that's kind of nice, but like these freaking trees just keep growing, and they're just huge. So you kind of like now we have to kind of shoot them over these trees, these like kind of low trees that have like grown into the rock wall. It's tough to explain, but basically, the way that the foliage works at my parents' house, there's like basically a little tiny U that you can actually get the stuff shooting out into, and so people can watch it. Well, anyway, so I normally I would get like those canisters and stuff, but I didn't get to do that this year. I just bought some of those big boxes that are like the finale ones, where you light them and it has like 20 shots or whatever, and some fountains. And but my daughter picked out these little ladybug things, and I was like, "What are these?" And I was trying to look at it, and it says spins and emits sparks, and I was like, "All right, that should be okay." And I was a little bit worried because it's like right next to like the edge, and there's a lot of like dead grass and twigs and stuff, and we've had a couple of times when like a little fire has started and you just run over and you stomp it out or whatever. But so I lit one of these things and it starts spinning. I'm like, okay, it's just like a jumping jack. It's spinning around. All of a sudden it just takes off straight into the air, and it goes off, and then it almost landed right on the boat lift cover, and it would have burned a hole right through it if it landed on that. But thankfully, it missed it by about like a couple of feet, and I was like, all right, we're not shooting these off anymore. And I get to see my stepfather, just losing his mind that I just burnt a giant hole in his giant vinyl boat cover. But the next door neighbors are there, and the next door neighbors have some kids that live in California, and like California, you just can't buy fireworks in California because it's so dry.
Right.
And so the kids that were with them, they were like they couldn't believe how cool it was because they just don't ever have the option. So it was kind of neat. And everybody was yelling out America over and over again. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad. Hey guys, this is Rick, a friend of mine. He's a game designer. This is Keith, and that's Barry.
Hi guys, how you doing?
What'd you do for the 4th of July, Mr. Lucas?
We headed to a local lake as well. We didn't do any fireworks this year, but yeah, the kids are getting a little too old for that. But we've been there and done that.
How old are the kids now that they're too old for it?
Well, my daughter is 19, my son is 16. So we've gone through our sparklers and.
Sparklers aren't fireworks. Those are
sparklers aren't fireworks.
You know, when I was 16, I still wanted to shoot off fireworks. But no, I guess technically I wanted to like go into where we live in Minnesota. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota is like this big happening spot where like, you know, people will get into trouble basically. And so we'd always want to go into Detroit Lakes and go walk around and look at girls in bikinis and stuff like that. That was like, so I guess, yeah, technically our love for the fireworks had kind of died off. But it's kind of weird when you get older, then you kind of get back into it because you actually finally have money. And then you can blow stuff up. So, yeah, I don't know. Did anybody do any gaming over the 4th of July?
I did a little bit of gaming on Saturday. Try out my new game room. It worked. It played games.
Oh yeah. You've been posting pictures like that like crazy. Just so you know, Rick, Keith just bought like some giant Wayne Manor mansion thing.
It's not giant. It's only 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, 5,000 square feet. So yeah, so
this is devoted exclusively to gaming, I assume.
Yeah.
Just one room. Just one room.
Oh, just one. That's like the 2,500 square foot room.
No, it's only like 13 by 13. It's not
still, that's a good sized room though. Yeah, are you going to buy one of those? What is it? The Duchess tables?
The table.
No, it's too small.
Oh, it's too.
Well,
you don't look.
The inlaid surface is only 3 by 5, and 3 foot's too narrow.
3 foot is really narrow. I mean, you need. I'm not the. I mean, 4 by 5 even be better, but obviously 4 by 6 I think is.
4 by 6 is the size I want. The table I have in there now is kind of a junker. It's like 3 foot 3 inches by 6 foot, so it's narrower than I want. As soon as I find a 4 by 6 table that I like, I will get one.
That's version 2.0. That's the queen.
Yeah, I actually thought about just getting a big sheet of MDF and cutting it 4 by 6 and just making a topper for that clunker I've got downstairs, and that would work.
Well, you can find plans almost everywhere. I mean, if you want to like just make a project out of it. I mean, I've occasionally thought about doing that, you know, and just my wife actually is like the more handy of the two of us. She really likes woodworking, and I've suggested it a couple of times, and it's definitely something. But I don't really have a place for it because I have in my main gaming table is one in the kitchen, and I purposely got that table because it's tall, so it's like a pub table, and with the what is it, the thing, the leaf, with the leaf, which is actually in the table. You open it up and you fold it out. It's kind of neat, but the leaf inside of it actually makes it a perfect 5 by 5.
Yeah.
So it's just like any like it's perfect for playing Dungeons and Dragons on it. It's perfect for putting any big like game like Arkham Horror on it and everything like that. And it's just so, and it works really well. It's the same height as the like our peninsula island as well. So we just move that table over to the peninsula, and then it actually like works as a good extension when we play RPGs and things. So
yeah, I've never found rectangular surfaces to be ideally suited for gaming. And typically, you know, something that's symmetrical, whether it's round or square, everybody has equal access to the game.
Yeah, I mean, it works for like things like poker or something like that.
I mean,
but yeah, for actual gaming, you don't want to like, if you're like trying to see like the giant whatever on the other side, you know, that stinks when you're looking across a giant landscape, if you will. But yeah, what do you do? I don't know. Do you have a gaming table, Rick?
Well, for us, typically it's a kitchen table. You know, it's kind of the big round surface. You know, like everybody else, space is always at a premium. I'd love to have some dedicated game space. That's probably going to be a ways off. But yeah, I mean, even we're doing a little bit of Ultimate Werewolf last night, and even the kitchen table, which is a little bit more oval, is not ideal. Because if you're reaching out to switch some cards around, it's a little bit hard to get out to that player on the end of the table. So
I suppose, yeah, because you have to be able to move those things around. I mean, how many people
do you have? Well, we had it ranged anywhere from 4 to I think we had as many as maybe 6 or 7 at one point. But and you've got to be kind of surreptitious about moving the pieces, so it's it's a little bit easier on a rounded surface, or at least a symmetrical surface.
Yeah. Do you have any of the expansions for it? Like, has anybody played the vampires version of it that came out like 6 months ago, 9 months ago?
No.
Keith, did you play it?
Yes, I did.
I thought you did, and you said it wasn't as good, right?
I prefer the just straight up werewolf.
Yeah, and I even felt like even with the base set, some of the roles seemed like they were pushing the logic a little bit. I mean, some of them, it was a little bit inconsistent. The Tanner, for example, it's like, how many different things can we think of to extend the motif? And, some of them were, I think, worked a little better than others.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when that Ultimate Werewolf, when it came out, that was like if I remember correctly, that was just some dude came up with the idea of how to play it without a moderator.
Yeah.
And then Bezier Games just got a hold of it and said, hey, we'll take this and publish it, if I remember correctly.
Well, and they've done a good job with the app. I mean, I think that's the secret sauce, because now it's
doesn't work real well at conventions. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's a good point. I've never tried to do it in a noisy environment. That would be a little more difficult.
It's tough. I actually went as far as to bought myself a little Bluetooth speaker that I could use at like a convention, and it works that you can barely hear it.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. I mean, but I find actually with Ultimate Werewolf that when you actually have the very, very quiet room, and then you have it playing, I mean that just kind of and plus they put that really good background music. It really adds to the atmosphere of the game too. So.
Yeah, although we've found that in some cases it's too quiet, so there's always that risk that you're going to hear somebo's hands on the table. So it's so we've got.
Then you get the table banging, right?
Yeah, there you go. We do a little drumming of the fingers on the table.
Yeah, I've definitely played that where everybody says they play. Everybody has to just sit there and just basically drum. Yeah. I definitely I've heard.
Hum to yourself, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just it removes that game beyond the game thing about it.
I actually appreciate the fact that you have to be a little bit stealthy when it comes to moving cards on the board. To me, that just adds to the ambiance a little bit. I've got to be, I got to be a little bit stealthy here about reaching out to the table.
No, I can see that because that adds a different element to it. I still like the original Werewolf. I think that's. For when you have that group of if you have a giant group of people and you have a really good moderator, it really is good. I mean, it's a great experience, especially if you're playing with people obviously. Though I have played with strangers, and it actually gets kind of interesting. So when you can trying to get a read on other people, but usually when you're playing with friends, it's just it gets lots of inside jokes and funniness and what have you. So,
well, it works great if somebody actually wants to take the role of the moderator, which a lot of times that's the challenge. Nobody wants to be the moderator.
I always am, almost always, and then when eventually I actually then get to play, they usually kill me right away. Just because they're mad at me for being the moderator. All right, let's just vote him. Let's vote him out, and then I'm done. I'm like, well, thanks. I'm glad you made me play. I really appreciate it. I don't know. It is. So, Barry, did you play anything over the 4th of July?
Nothing new. I got a couple new games in though. But
what'd you get?
Scythe came in.
Asshole, I haven't got mine yet.
Dead of Winter came in, the new one.
I haven't got mine either.
And Star Trek Frontiers, the WizKid one.
I don't got
The
that either.
remake of.
I'm waiting on my
Mage
local game store to get that one in. I'll get it through him. But like he has because WizKids only has distribution through Alliance, and like that's like I guess tough to. It's just not something that he normally uses. So, But I'm waiting for that. I picked up the Dead of Winter at Origins.
Yeah.
And then what was the other thing that you said? Oh, it was Scythe.
Scythe.
Did you back that on the big Wooby Ultimate Collector's Edition or whatever?
Yeah, it wasn't the top tier one. I think it was the one right below that. I didn't get like the art book or whatever.
That's what I got. Maybe that's why I haven't got mine yet.
Yeah, I got the one right below that.
Well, there you go. See, never get the art book. That's the.
It's kind of funny. I got the art book for that, but I just went through as I've been packing stuff. I packed my desk up today and went through my shelf, and I found all these art books for all these video games like Diablo and World of Warcraft.
Yep.
Guess what happened to all those?
They got
Right in the
trashed.
recycling bin.
Yeah, I remember. I was.
And they were still in the shrink.
Nice. I was digging through. When I had that computer trouble last week or 2 weeks ago, and I was talking about how my computer wouldn't boot up because the codecs got all screwed up. When I went in and I basically I kind of nuked most of the stuff off my computer in safe mode. I had to reinstall Sony Vegas, and I had no idea where my disc was. And so, I was looking around for it, and then I also had to get like the card that had my license number on it as well. And I mean, I know I saved it, but it was like digging through. And while I was digging through boxes, just hating my life, I found when my wife and I first got together, when the Conan MMO came out. I pre-ordered the collector's edition, which came in these giant boxes with the art from the game and all this other stuff. I was like, really? I still have these? And then I couldn't bring myself to throw them away. But I immediately went and I was like, God, is the Conan MMO still even a thing? I was just like,
I don't think it is.
No, I think it's gone. I mean, but I was like, Yeah, what a horrible game that was.
Yeah, just make sure those extra components aren't going for big bucks on eBay before you trash anything.
Oh yeah, I suppose you should need to. Here, hold on. Age of Conan. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like they're still releasing adventure packs for it. So there's still somebody out there playing it, or something. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. It's gone. 2012, 2013. Yeah, I might be done. Maybe they're still playing it on free. I still have a couple of my friends who still play Lord of the Rings online. That like when they went to like a free play or something like that.
Wow, I had no idea that was still a thing.
Yeah, they still talk about it every once in a while. Like they log in like every. What is that?
Apparently that drone worked.
No, it was it was one of those things where I don't know. Maybe it's gone. I don't know.
I was surprised they keep the servers going.
Well, I always loved when like you'd play on those MMOs that like they'd open up and they'd have like 20 servers or whatever, and then you could always tell whether or not they were still valid.
We're down to 4 servers.
We're down to 4 servers, so we can basically force people to play with each other. And I still remember one of my favorite stories is I remember I logged into like back when like City of Heroes was the thing, and then I wrote it off because I played it for a while and then I got bored of it. And then a buddy of mine said they had City of Villains, and that you can play villain characters. And he said that's actually pretty fun. You should try that out. And so I did a little research on it, and so I went and bought the it was like $10 or something like that. So I got the City of Villains, and I made like these. You can make a mastermind character. Their whole thing they did was they had underlings that they'd summon, and like they would fight for them. And so I made this like mastermind that would summon these like thugs, basically like gang members that would like show up and beat people up for you. And but I remember playing it. I played it for hours, and I wouldn't see another soul playing the entire time. And then I remember one time I finally I was like, that was the game that like when you hit like level 10, you got your first extra movement power. So like you could levitate, or you could run a little bit faster. And then like when you hit level 20, you got to fly, or you got to like have super speed or whatever. So I wasn't even. I was like level 7 or level 8, and I was heading back to like spend my experience points on one of the trainer things. And I saw another person, and I was like, "Oh, another person!" And I started running towards them, and like before I could get close enough to say hi, they just took off and flew off straight in the air. I'd just be no. I was so close.
Level 7. See you at level 20.
Yeah, no, you won't, because we're gonna shut this. Because I think they shut down the servers like 3 months later or something like that. So, but yeah, no, I still wish that like MMOs are such a weird thing, because there really aren't any anymore, except for Warcraft. Really, is the only one left.
Well, you've got Guild Wars 2 still going as well. I think.
Yeah, I think.
But none of them are pay to play. They're all
World of Warcraft
microtransactions. Yeah, Warcraft is still charging people $10 or whatever. But even they don't they let you play for free to like level 30 now or something like that?
For a certain point, yeah. I still play that. That's my little crack I still play around with.
Just log in and kill things for a while?
Yeah, pretty much. There's a new expansion coming out into August, and I just get in, piddle with my guys. I've got 11 different characters at max level. So,
how many registered users do they have these days?
I have no idea what they're running now.
I'm sure they're well off the peak.
Yeah, they're well
12 plus million at one point.
Well, yeah, remember that when they had that many people paying $15 a month?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, think of the money. I mean, there had to be some overhead, obviously, to keep the whole thing running and going. But man, they must have been just partying like it was going out of style.
Yeah, and I don't think Blizzard was hurting for money at that point. They were doing just fine. So it was all icing on the cake.
And now Blizzard did Overwatch, which I got, but I still haven't even played yet because I'm dumb. I'm just like.
And I played it. It's fun. It's well done. It doesn't strike me as anything particularly unique. I mean, it doesn't really, I don't think, push the genre particularly, but it's well balanced.
Because like all the characters are all so weird in comparison to each other, so that they actually. To make it balanced is pretty cool.
It is, and it's tough. I mean, you've got a couple dozen characters, all with very unique properties, and they're all pretty well balanced. I mean, there's a little bit of OP going on, but I'm sure they'll address some of that through patches and whatnot.
Oh, I remember back in Warcraft when like all of the classes were getting revamped. Like one by one, except for rogues. Yeah. Rogues were like the last. I had a level 60 orc rogue, and we were grinding away at all the big high level dungeons. Our clan was. And I remember being so mad that everybody was like, "Oh yeah, we got our brand new revamp for this." And it's like they basically said, "Yeah, rogues are last. You're gonna have to wait till late." And so, but yeah, waiting to get to get it done.
Yeah, rogues are always last.
No, because everybody hates them. Like. Because you never really understood how much they would hate your character class, because especially in World of Warcraft, because you could make that chain lock stun class. Basically you could stun them coming out of stealth. You could build up your combo points, and right as they're coming out of like the stun, like I think it was called like cheap shot or whatever, like stun them, and then you stun them with a cheap shot, and then like just as they come out of that, you hit them with like your kidney punch, which stuns them again, and then right before they come out of that, you hit your vanish, which made you go into stealth automatically, and then you cheap shot them again, which was like you stun again. So you could take down anybody but a big warrior all by yourself, and they couldn't do anything. So everybody hated you.
Not to mention, when they name the attacks Cheap Shot and Kidney Punch, it doesn't exactly endear you to your fellow players.
No, I wasted a lot of time playing Warcraft. That was a weird way. Kabuki Kid wants to know if people still play Ultima Online. Actually, what a lot of people have done is they've stolen the source material. That like somehow I think it did get open source eventually, and people basically took it and they set up their own Ultima Online servers. And so they just I remember playing Ultima Online too. I mean, what a buggy piece of crap that was.
Well, welcome to Origin. I'm surprised that Richard Garriott hasn't bought that back. I don't know who owns the Ultima or the IP these days, but I think Garriott would buy that back and revamp that. Do something with it.
Garriott hasn't really done anything though. I mean, he went to space. I guess he paid $1 million to go to space.
And he's still been doing stuff involved with space programs and stuff. I think he's been piddling around with.
Yeah, I can't remember the last Ultima game or anything like that.
So the subscriber numbers for World of Warcraft were last announced in September of last year, and it's the last time they're going to publicly announce them, and they were at 5.5 million.
Okay.
Which is down from the peak of 12 million.
Yeah.
So while that's horrible for Blizzard compared to what their heyday was, because it's actually the lowest it's been since launch, it's still miles above what any other MMO does.
Well, and the thing is that they even know themselves they can't come up with a World of Warcraft 2 because EverQuest 2 killed EverQuest. I mean, both EverQuest and EverQuest 2. EverQuest 2 came out and it died. I mean,
World of Warcraft killed EverQuest.
Well, true, but the final nail in the coffin was that they tried to say, okay, we're going to make EverQuest 2, and they didn't put into a way for people to actually port over their characters that they had worked on.
Nope, that's why I switched from EverQuest to World of Warcraft, even though really EverQuest was a way heavier game than World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
I can distinctly remember watching a guy back when having really good internet at home wasn't easy, and so there were these groups of people that would go to the same computer lab where we went to go so we could play our first-person shooters with really fast internet and just get that maybe a slight quicker nanosecond better than the reaction time than somebody else, but we would see these guys playing EverQuest, and there was even a guy that he'd have 2 computers going at the same time, you playing both characters.
Did that?
And yeah,
My wife and I both did that.
I remember I was watching him, and he was sitting in some area, I don't know what it was, and he was just sitting there. And occasionally people would come through, and he wouldn't really react to
anything.
them.
Spawns what he was doing.
And so, you're bearing the lead here, Keith. You're ruining my story.
I played this game. I know how it works.
So he's sitting there, and then all of a sudden, eventually, this monster pops up, and so he runs forward and he hacks away and he kills it and dies, and then he goes back and he sits down, and I was like, what? And I watched him do this, and it was every 5 to 7 minutes, this thing would show up.
And it was not the monster he wanted; it was the placeholder.
And I was just and then finally I asked him, "What does he do? What are you doing?" And he explained that there was some special monster that spawned in this location, and it was basically a 1% chance that monster spawned. Yep. And then if he actually killed it, then there was a 0.5% chance it'll drop the specific item that it needs. And that's what he was doing.
Was it a Cyclops he was camping or something else?
It was a beholder or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But that was
EverQuest, man. That's what you did.
That's yeah. I mean, that's MMOs in a nutshell, right there.
I mean, the World of Warcraft eliminated that. You don't have that rare spawn that's only going to pop out that you have to kill a placeholder for, and somebody can come and steal it from you, and you're killing that thing 50 times to get the one little drop he has once he shows up, to be part of a quest item that you're going forward to get.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was brutal.
EverQuest was in a lot of ways it was cool because it didn't hold your hand. I mean it.
Oh no! God,
oh no! Yeah, it was brutal.
I remember
a lot of old school grind too.
Yeah, and I remember I played it once, and they're like, "Here, you want to try it out?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll try it out." I remember my big giant badass troll Dark Knight or whatever went and like he left the town or whatever, and then like I remember I started fighting a skunk outside of the town. And I killed it, and I was like, well, that was okay. That's kind of cool, or whatever. I'm fighting a skunk, and then I go and I start fighting another skunk, and all of a sudden, like, now I'm losing, because like my one special power I had that I could only use literally once every day, was like gone.
Are you Shadow Knight with Harm Touch?
I don't know what it was. I mean, this is 1,000 years ago, and I remember running back to town, and I'm not fast enough, and this skunk is just ripping me apart.
Run away! Run away!
And then I get killed. I get killed. You know, like as I'm running through town. You know, like, and then I just die. And I was like, well, I'm done playing this for the rest of my life.
Oh, it was so brutal. I mean, it was unapologetically brutal.
Right, exactly. You just got thrown into the deep end. I mean, it wasn't like Warcraft where, you know, everything is, yeah, granted it's an open world, but it's also highly linear in terms of how the quests are presented to you and the structure that gets you through the first 10 or 20 levels.
Well, the way
you didn't have that in EverQuest. I mean, you just got thrown in, and there you go.
And it's even easier than it was. I remember I remember having to get all those little like patches and tweaks that people use, like the damage counters and things like that you would put into the mods, and so you'd mod your own stuff. And then all of a sudden, like, the Blizzard actually realized people wanted things like that, like, you know, like quest trackers and things like that. And so all of a sudden, I remember watching somebody playing it like last year, and it's just like easy mode compared to how I learned World of Warcraft.
It's so easy now in World of Warcraft. And I mean, when I played EQ, when you're a spellcaster to get your mana back, you had to meditate. All you could do was look at your spell book, and that's all you saw on your screen. You were vulnerable when you meditated to get mana back, and you could die and not get your body and lose everything if you weren't able to get it back.
Wow, yeah.
I worked as a guide for Sony Online, where I was, you know, basically the volunteer GM type things, and you know, we were there to basically their customer service first line and answering all of their help tickets, and we'd escalate them up to their actual game masters and stuff, and you'd see just people begging you to help them when they got somewhere and they died and they couldn't get back to their body. And you know, you had 3 days or it would decay.
Yep.
And people would go like on a raid on the plane of hate or plane of fear, and you had to be level 46 to get in. And in EverQuest, you lost experience when you died. And people would go in at too low a level, get wiped on the raid a couple times, lose their level to where they could not zone back in to get their body. And they'd have to go out naked and kill things to get enough experience to level up to be able to go in and get their crap.
That's me. That's me. I always built the characters who were, I put everything into speed. And I would, inevitably end up in areas where I had no business being and get owned, and then you'd see me come back into that area and hide behind bushes and trees until a couple of higher level characters came along, and then I would, send out a group shout saying, "Hey guys, take him out so I can get back to my body."
I remember I played Dark Age of Camelot. I don't know if any of you played that one.
I played that for a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of people that I knew, a married couple that I worked with at my old job, talked about it, and they were like, and then they said they liked it for the whole fantasy setting of the 3 different like realms and how they warred against each other. But they said, because I really enjoyed the PvP and arenas, and they were like, you got to play this because the arenas are great. I mean, they're basically they set up for all levels 10 through 19, 20 through 29, and so on and so forth. And so you would get there and you would just play in like level 19. And you get to level 19, and you just go into the level 19 battleground, and that's all you played in. And then if you ever got to the point where you were getting too much experience, you went out and killed yourself, so you'd lose experience, so you wouldn't actually go above and gain the level. It was, but man, I played that a lot when they were just like they had the 3 different worlds or whatever, and man, I enjoyed that a great deal. And then of course they patched it and ruined the game somehow. I forget what it was. That's what killed World of Warcraft for me too. Was when the first step they took into easy mode, where they basically made, like, you could go into dungeons that were like for 5 people or for 8 people, and the gear you got out of there was better than the stuff that you could grind for in the big giant raids. And I was like, well, I'm done. It helped that I met my wife and we were having a kid too, so then I was really done because I didn't have any time anymore. But yeah, I don't know. MMOs are it's just they're not a real thing anymore. They just aren't.
They, inevitably those games tend to have a life cycle where initially it's, they tend to be somewhat hardcore, and somewhere in the middle of that bell curve, then it becomes more of a mass market type of a thing, and then that dies off, and then you're kind of back to the hardcore.
Well, I remember for a while there, there was that 3 or 4 years where every new MMO that was coming out was going to be the next big thing. That it was going to be the World of Warcraft killer. This was going to be the one, that was going to
it's Lord of the Rings Online, then Rift, then Guild Wars.
What was the one?
RuneScape. Then,
what was the one? Tabula Rosa. Remember that? They were talking about how that was going to be.
That was Smedley's game, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was the one called Avalon or something like that. That was going to be also the new big thing. And then Dungeons and Dragons Online was going to be the new big thing.
Star Wars Galaxies.
Star Wars, I played a lot of Star Wars Galaxies, actually.
I love Star Wars, and I hated Star Wars Galaxies.
Star Wars Galaxies, what I liked about that one was that, basically, that was a game where I made myself an Imperial weapons, weapons maker guy. So I made weapons. That's all I did. I would set up all my mining. We formed a town on Mos Eisley. We had one person level up and become whatever it was, level 10 or something in citizenship, so they could be the mayor. And it was basically all my friends lived in town, and we called it Mos Fargo because we lived in Fargo. And then we set up this town on Tatooine, and then and then we had all these other places or whatever that you had where I'd go to other planets and set up all my mining things to get all my different ore that I needed. And oh man, that was for whatever reason I just found it really, really fun just sitting there making weapons all the time. And then of course, because I met a girl from Scotland who was able to finagle somebody into giving her a spot near Corellia, because Corellia, of course, was the place that there was was the big hub, and because you could only build your houses a certain distance away from the town. It was weird. So there'd be the main city of Coruscant where everything was, and then for a half a mile around Coruscant nothing could be built. But as soon as that was okay to build, it was bam, all it was houses and shops and everything. It was just this big
Land
giant
rush.
hub. Yeah, basically. And she, I don't know, sweet talked some dude into basically giving her a spot. And so she was selling armor and I had weapons. And then we just sat there and I remember when I quit, I had tens of millions of credits and just more money than I'd ever know what to do with. And I remember right before I quit, I just was walking around and handing people $1 million credits. Here you go. Here's $1 million credits. Here's $1 million credits.
I'm sorry. Did you say when you quit you had a life again? What?
No, look at that. It's the Tyler. Hello,
Sarcasm
Tyler.
abounds.
No problem. We're just reminiscing about the old MMO days.
Yeah, I had a friend that
now I know you're lying.
Yeah, exactly. We'd be like, hey, we're going bowling. We're going to go. Oh, no, I'm going to be on Warcraft. He'd stay up till 7 in the morning playing. I'm like, we're
6 in the morning.
Money. Let's go.
Not that we ever did that with D&D.
No. No, I remember my life, really, until I met my wife, was go to work. I worked a night shift. I worked basically noon to 9. and I would go to work. I get home. I leave work at 9, and then if I had food at home that I didn't that I reasonably could eat, then I would I go straight home. Otherwise, I'd hit the grocery store near my apartment. I get like a frozen pizza or whatever it is I was going to eat, and then I would go to my computer where I had set up my character because the servers were so full all the time in World of Warcraft. You didn't want to have to be in queue. Before I'd go to work, I'd log in at like 11:30. So like when it was non-peak time, and I set up a macro on my pad that I used to play with. I had an actual game pad and mouse instead of the keyboard. I set up a macro on there that would like have me jump every 2 seconds. Like I would jump like in intervals of 2 seconds, then 4 seconds, then 7 seconds, then 1 second. It was random enough that
right.
thought I was actually there, and I would just go and I'd put myself wherever, and then I'd come home and my guy would just be sitting there. I'd make my food, and then they would just and everybody knew that I was just, and I would set up. We had a Ventrilo channel. Remember Vent?
Yep.
You'd have your Vent channel. So I had a Ventrilo channel, and I'd pipe my MP3 jukebox into my Ventrilo channel, and it was just my little home or whatever on the Vent channel was like, it was called the jukebox, and people would go in there and they'd listen to my music playing. That was like what they would and like, because it was like whatever. And then I'd come back, and man, the people in that guild that were from all over the world, that I mean, they were like, it's weird to think, but it's like I always wonder whatever happened to them. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, whatever happened to those guys? Because there was a couple that were pretty cool dudes, that you sit there and talk. I remember distinctly, like on weekends when I'd sit there and I'd play it all day long, and like one guy would always say, "Oh, dude, James Bond movie on TNT right now." Oh, thanks. And we'd sit there and like I knew, like, it was weird. You'd be sitting there watching a movie, and you knew like 1,000 miles away, the guy in like Texas or whatever was watching the exact same movie at the exact same time. We're just laughing about the show or whatever. But I'd sit there and I'd stay up late enough that I'd watch all the Adult Swim cartoons, and then I'd stay up so late I'd see the Adult Swim cartoons repeat, because there was like a 3-hour block. They'd get through all of them, and then they would start them up again. So
I'm still back at, you made food? Like, did you make ingredients, or you just microwave?
No, it was a frozen pizza, or it was ramen, maybe a turkey sandwich, because that was easy and quick.
Yeah, because if you're like 8-9 hours in this world, you're not making food. You're like, oh look, a Twinkie, and oh look.
No, there was a lot of frozen burritos. There was definitely that. But I remember I would literally stay up until I couldn't stay up anymore. It would be like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then I'd go to sleep, and I'd set my alarm for 11, and I'd get up, and then I'd go to work, and then I'd do the same exact thing, and I'd just sit there, and I'd be like, because I worked a weird schedule. I worked Tuesday through Saturday. And I remember when Saturday night came, I was just like, I was so excited, because it was just like, yeah, tomorrow, because Sunday was raid day for my giant clan. That was like, so like, and then Saturday night, everybody was just powering to get through all the ingredients that we needed for all the potions and all the spells and everything. And so we're just collecting all that stuff, because I would just be so pumped for Sunday at noon. We're gonna go and we're gonna take on Molten Core, or we're gonna, we do Molten Core at noon, and then we'd go and do Blackwing Lair, or whatever, the one after Molten Core.
Nixia, like I'm doing right now.
Yeah. You're just solo Onyxian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember we would do all three on Sunday. We would do Molten Core, Onyxia, and then, man, Onyxia. I remember when we took her down the very first time. What did she drop again? I'm trying to remember what she dropped that was good. You can solo Onyxia now?
Oh yeah, without even trying. She can't even hurt me.
That's ridiculous.
And this is after they've amped her up at made her level 80.
That's ridiculous.
Bye, whelps.
I remember, yeah, because you had to have. Do you still need to have your cloak on? because her breath automatically kills anybody not wearing the cloak. Or now it doesn't do that, or what?
No, she can't hurt me.
So you don't have a Blackwing cloak on? They must have nerfed that because it literally did like the damage it would do to somebody, the Blackwing cloak or whatever. It was like if you took the damage, your damage counter said you took 999999999 damage. It was just like it was more hit points than you could ever possibly have. I remember being so mad because we were Horde and the Alliance had it so much easier with everything. It was just ridiculous. Ah, the Onyxia hide backpack.
Yeah, I can carry that or the head because I've already got it.
18 slots, baby.
No, that's the 22 slot version.
Well, that's a 22 slot.
One.
Oh, okay. Yep, I remember.
Oh, look at that. We got a new hat.
Woo! No, I remember because there were so many boss monsters that would do what was it? They would do like a fear attack, and dwarven priests had Fear Ward, which was like this like ridiculously powerful anti-fear spell, and it was so overpowered compared to anything else that like the Horde priests got. It just didn't even compare.
That's Horde with a D, right?
Yeah.
my earphones might be.
And paladins are so dumb with their stupid bubble. It just made me so mad. Just like fighting something. Oh look, I'm impervious to everything. I just get to stand here in my little bubble and
Yeah,
you
that
can
was back in the day where only the allies had paladins and the Horde had shaman. So.
And it was like, and shamans were cool, but they were not as good as paladins. Paladins just had.
They were OP.
It was ridiculously how good they were, and everybody was just like, "Meh, get over it." Durr. I remember we were one of the first Horde guilds ever to kill who's the guy at the end of Blackwing Lair? I can't remember his name now.
Ragnaros?
No.
Oh no, that was Molten Core. Sorry.
Molten Core, yeah, was the giant lava man, but the giant dragon at the end of Blackwing Lair.
I don't remember.
It was like Nacrus or something. I don't know. It was something ridiculous, but we were pretty proud of ourselves. I remember I was like one of the first rogues ever to have a full Type 2 set of armor, which really wasn't that good, but it had the cool helmet that made your eyes glow, so I like that.
Yeah, so now what they've got the void storage where you can take and you can do transmogrify, so you can take your stuff that looks cool but it's outdated and not cool anymore, and you can make it so it appears on your character.
Well, I remember I went and did Zul'Gurub. During the week I would do Zul'Gurub runs with anybody just because I wanted to get both of those purple swords because they're the only swords that went on your back. And they weren't even that good, but I just wanted to be able to wear them because they looked awesome.
They sure look cool. Yeah.
They looked so cool. I walk around with those on all the time because I just thought they looked so awesome. But they weren't. By that point, I mean.
Is this in your house?
That was when I had the top two because I was a sword rogue. So like I remember I had the chromatically tempered sword, which was until the the expansion came out. That was the best main hand sword, and then the offhand was that weird one that was the dragon head that you got in Blackwing Lair as well. I can't remember what the name of that was, but yeah, God, good memories. Just like I still remember the first time we killed that big boss. We felt pretty good about ourselves. When posted the head in the middle of the town and.
Yep.
Good times. Good times.
So I want to know, did you ever come back to this jumping character and see a crowd of players standing around watching?
No, because I always, one couple things that I always wondered about. Why, one, I mean, maybe they did. Why did they never have housing in World of Warcraft? Because they should have done that. I mean, that was like
you mean like the garrison I have now?
Maybe, I don't know. But the other thing is that like you could always find like some out of the because you just went in stealth as a rogue. Yep. You were stealth when you did anyway. I do remember, and this was so cheap. The giant arena that was like 40 versus 40, and it was like some weird, like, I forget what it was, but it was basically this big giant arena where people, like, would fight back and forth, and there was always these choke points. And once again, they purposely made the Alliance so easy to defend, but the Horde was just easy to overrun. But regardless, that particular arena or whatever, or battleground, would just go forever. Like, nobody would win. People were just fine. They would just kill each other and kill the NPCs and things like that. But anytime anybody on your side killed somebody on the other side, you would get faction points for that faction, that battleground faction. And so I would log in, and I would go there, and I would do that, and that battleground would keep going until somebody lost, and then it would reset. So I would just sit. I found this one out-of-the-way corner where nobody would ever look, nobody would find. I would sit there, and I would just jump, and I would come back, and, oh, hey, I gained 7,500 faction points for this weird faction that's on there. And then, like, the epic level faction, you're able to get, like, a special mount, like basically a wolf that nobody else could get. And I remember being very proud of that, and the rest of my guild hating me for cheating to get it, but I didn't care. And that was the other thing that made me mad too. It was like, oh, it's like everybody else seemed to get like really cool like mounts, but it's like, oh, we got wolves, just like
you don't sound bitter about this at all.
And it was so slanted. It was, and like even like I remember like when they did the like the more recent like expansion, it was like, oh, like here's what like, it's like, we're gonna give Horde blood elves, so we're gonna take elves and just kind of change them, but we're gonna go ahead and give Alliance like this brand new looking race. It's like, oh, all right. And then when they came out with the next one, it was like, I forget what the Alliance got, but then Horde got goblins, something that
Goblins are awesome.
Well, yeah, they're awesome, but they're still, once again, something that was already in the game. It was like they didn't even bother like designing something new.
Horde got Blood Elves, Alliance got Draenei.
And then something brand new, whereas the Blood Elves were just basically an elf with like slightly different colors.
Different palette.
But they had cool dance moves.
Yeah, and then Goblins got Horde got Goblins, and Alliance got a brand new race again too.
We got the Worgen.
Yeah, you got giant wolf people.
Yeah,
and
these guys.
Yeah, and then and so it was just they just effed with the Horde all the time. It was like they were just daring people to stop playing.
Then when they gave us pandas, I gave that to both sides. So everybody gets a panda.
Yay, pandas! Woo! Yeah,
of course, the Alliance did have gnomes, so that kind of made up for all of it.
Whatever, gnomes are awesome. I remember there was this. I remember like I had a hated gnome.
Look how ugly that is.
There was a gnome rogue that was always in. I almost always seem to run into him before they made the battlegrounds non-server specific. I remember there was like, I can't remember his name to save my life, but man, he annoyed me. Because why wouldn't you be a gnome if you're going to be in the battleground? If you could be a gnome, because it's one that you're too small to click on. It's like it's tough.
That's what tab is for.
Well, you tab, but I mean the thing is, in the heat of battle, you're not going to be sitting there tab trying to get the one that you want. It's like you're that much tougher to click on. It was like, and once again, it was like, oh well,
poor Tauren, they're all huge.
Yeah, Tauren, it's like this giant thing. Tauren were cool though.
Tauren were cool.
They were cool, and they even made them like they were the good guys of the Horde. Like they had to be with the Horde, even though they didn't really want to be or whatever. And I don't know. It was just.
Holy crap.
No, I remember. Orc rogues were the bomb though, because you had anti-stun, like something that would normally stun you half the time it won't. So like orc rogues were the anti-rogue race. So
they were just orcs.
Yeah, they basically yeah. Well, I mean, everybody was like, "Oh, be a troll," because I didn't like the way the trolls looked with the big giant like fangs they had and the other things. If I could have been a Tauren rogue, I would have been. But I don't think a giant cow walking around was going to work as far as stealth goes. Barry, what's your opinion on all this?
Don't have one.
Really? I couldn't tell from the fact that you haven't said anything. Hey, Rick, why don't you tell me what's your game that you designed?
We got one up on Kickstarter right now. It's not exactly World of Warcraft. It's a light card game. It was
inspired, though. Inspired by World of Warcraft, right?
We do have a hamster, so that's kind of transition from pandas to hamsters, I guess. It's called Hipsters and Hamsters. It's a light card game. Up on Kickstarter, been up there for a few days now. Got about, I think, 27, 28 days to go. It's a filler game. I mean, this is not something you're going to spend 2 hours on with the game group, but to kind of get icebreaker or transition between a couple of heavier titles. It's a 10, 15-minute game, individual and team play. And Lance, I think you did the team play, didn't you?
Yeah, and I think team play is where it's at with that one. You can play all for one, one for all kind of thing. But the team play works because, just to explain quickly, when you play, unless you're playing basic, but you shouldn't play basic. Basically, at the beginning of the game, you decide if you say, I'm going to be a hipster, I'm going to be a hamster. Hipsters are all about not owning things, so you're trying to basically end your turn with no cards. If you do that, you win. If you're a hamster, you're trying to hoard everything, and so if you end your turn with 8 cards in your hand, then you win. So you tell everybody, I'm a hipster, I'm a hamster at the very beginning. You can switch, but if you switch, you earn less points for your victory. So the cool thing is that you and your teammate can both say the same thing. You can work together to try to help each other out. You can, be opposite. So the hipster can be trying to get his cards into the hamster's hands. So you both are working towards that win. The cool thing is that all the cards everybody knows how many cards each person has. So you always have a good idea of how close somebody is to winning. So you can kind of work against that. And it's lighthearted. I mean, the artwork is amazing. Who did the art for you, Rick?
That was actually done by my brother-in-law, who's a commercial illustrator.
Well, that's
he's
cheap work then, right?
There you go.
Yeah. The artwork is hilarious. I was going to ask you, do you have hipsters in your family? Do you consider yourself a hipster, or is this just one of those things where you go get a coffee and you see them?
The closest I've got to a hipster would be my son, and a lot of my son's friends. It's kind of ingrained in their kind of their demographic, and it's just they don't have the beards going yet. They're a little too young for that, but the ukuleles and the fedoras and some of the other accoutrements.
Do you own a hamster then?
I do not own a hamster. I'm a dog person.
So am I. My dogs keep bothering me. I had a hamster once. Actually, I had 2 hamsters. Then one hamster killed the other one. That was very gruesome. Then the other hamster died shortly afterwards. So
yeah, I don't have that card in the game.
No, I did a review, and you can definitely go check out the Kickstarter. I just want to make sure that we didn't forget to mention that at all. It is exactly like Rick said. It is a very light game, but it is a very interactive game. There's a lot of open table talk. There's a lot of discussion. There's a cool timing element. So when somebody takes their turn, you can mess with somebody by playing a card that causes something bad to happen, but if anybody else on the table can play what's called a comeback card, they can alter the fates of that particular catastrophe that you play on somebody else. So
that I think particularly for a card game or any kind of a light game these days, you've got to have that kind of a dynamic where there's no downtime or very minimal downtime. People don't want to sit there and wait for their turn to come back around. So that was fundamental to the design of the game. And with the calamity cards and the comeback cards, in theory, depending on the cards you have in your hand, every player is potentially engaged in every play of the game. And that's part of. It's interesting to watch people play. I rarely play now. I'm more, I'm the watcher. And it's really interesting to watch people in the first round. The first round tends to go very quickly because people don't know how to play the cards. They haven't really, gotten a sense of the nuance of, how and when to use these calamity cards. When do I use the comeback card to alter the turn order? But then, the second and third round, instead of 4-minute rounds, they tend to become 10-minute rounds, 12-minute rounds, and you can just you can see the wheels turning as people are giving a little bit more thought to, depending on how I play this card, I can really, throw the pendulum the other direction very quickly.
I'm sorry, I just giggle whenever I see the got stuck in the habit trail. Yeah, no, it is exactly that. I mean, it's like at first, like I'll agree with that take, because when I first presented it to my gaming group, everyone was just kind of like, oh, okay, this is kind of like a throwaway game. But no, there's actually a lot of interesting decisions, and plus, when you can't just throw a calamity willy-nilly, because if there's somebody else that's close to winning, and you think, well, if they can somehow get this card to affect them instead, they're going to get more cards in their hand. Maybe they're going to win as a hamster or what have you. So, there's some thought to it as well. I mean, it's got meat on the bone. It isn't just a toss it away or don't bother thinking about what you're doing. So, who is the model for the hipster? Anybody in particular, or just
nobody in particular? That's just an amalgam of all the hipster pastiche with the kind of little bouffant and the plaid shirt, of course, the skinny jeans, the boots.
Yes.
That's what they call my brother, skinny jeans. That's hilarious.
I remember when my last summer there's a rare beer picnic that happens locally, and my wife and I went, and we got there and we saw like the first 3 people in front of us were all dudes with man buns. And she said, over under a number of man buns we see today. And I don't know what we did, but then we started counting. And yeah, that was what we did during the rare beer picnic, was we checked out and we counted how many different man buns. It was well into the 3 dozen or more.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, it's thankfully that's going away. I don't see it as much as I used to, so I don't know. Just if you're gonna have long hair, just have long hair. Don't put it in.
I've got an affinity for the hipsters. I mean, that's well before my time, but who knows? If I were 25 these days, maybe.
I just tell people I got plenty of hair. It's on my back.
It's just the one thing I remember. I have a very good friend of mine. His name was Bill. He got so annoyed with he's always had a big beard, and like as long as I've known him, and he got so annoyed when he saw all of the young guy. He just shaved it all off. He was just like, he's like, it's because he got tired of people like associating him with the crowd, if you will. And he's like, I was just like, just give it time. Eventually, it'll all go back to normal. It's weird though. It's like they say that the reason why it switches, and I was reading that, and who knows if this is true or not, but this is some study, like why growing a beard or whatever became a thing like 2-3 years ago. They say it is because people who or are seeking relationships will they will sometimes look to have like those who are off the beaten path, or those that stand out or whatever, and so then having the beard made people stand out. But now they're finding that like there was some study they showed like what people found attractive, and they said like facial hair was something that women were looking for. But now they're doing it again, and now women predominantly are saying that they are looking for clean-shaven men, and so. Thankfully I'm married, so I don't have to worry about that. But so now they're saying it'll slowly start reverting back, because just the society will kind of take care of itself, if you will.
Well, and it's been the facial hair is so ubiquitous these days. So I think that's simply proves the case that we always want what we can't have, right? I mean, all the guys got beards, so you want the clean shaven, and all the guys are clean shaven, so you want the beards.
Yeah, and I think what it is also, I mean, nobody wants. I mean, pretty soon, maybe I say skip the clean shaven. Let's somehow get the '70s porno mustache back in style.
On Burgundy.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that'll be a thing. My dad had a great '70s porno mustache back in the day. It was quite.
I've seen your dad in some great set. Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah. No, it was. So I'm all in favor of bringing back the stash. I got a buddy who rocks a stash, and he does. But once again, it's weird. It's like the people I find that most often will like be counterculture in the way that they look. Will be, as far as men go, that are my friends or people that I know, it's the married guys who have been married for like a decade or more, where it's just like, I don't have anybody to impress anymore. I'm gonna
let it all hang out.
just who do I have to try to impress anymore? So yeah, I'm just gonna grow a weird '70s mustache, and I actually had a friend of mine on a dare. He grew the John Waters pencil fin mustache, and then he ended up keeping it for like 6 months. I was just like, dude, you're so creepy. You need to get rid of it. He's like, no, I kind of dig this. This is awesome. Nobody else thinks that.
You just need to combine that with the mutton chops, and
there you
good to go.
I'm joining Keith. I want to shave. Stay without my beard.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Yeah.
Oh,
if you didn't know who this
before shave. Grave before shave.
Grave before shave.
Oh, yeah.
And for any of you out there, and I don't know what you use for your beard there, Tyler, but the Mad Viking Beard Company has some of the best beard balm you'll ever find. And that's their motto: grave before shave. So, if you
use conditioner and shampoo.
Pert and popular.
I don't know. I have to use a lot of women products because I have sensitive skin. So.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah.
The one thing I read was that there's actually this is such a weird. We're talking about hair care now. One thing I read about they say you shouldn't wash your they say you shouldn't wash your hair more than once every 2 or 3 days anyway. But the same thing goes for your beard, and they say not to use actual shampoo and conditioner. What you should use is a facial cleanser, because it's better for it. There's men's facial cleanser that have a conditioner aspect to it that it's for keeping your skin soft and exfoliating whatever, and they say you're supposed to use that in your beard.
I want to know why Keith doesn't have a beard. Everyone else here has facial hair. What's going on, Keith?
Yeah, what's wrong with you, buddy? Join the club already.
Because it's a big pain in the ass to have to put on a beard guard to go out in manufacturing all the time. Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. I did food processing for 8.5 years, and yeah, the beard nets they're awful.
People complain that they smell bad. They don't smell bad.
Everybody be quiet. I saw a mysterious arm raise up behind Tyler back there. Is that a wife or a child?
Oh, my daughter and my wife are playing Splatoon.
Oh, I love Splatoon. My daughter and I play that all the time. It's highly enjoyable.
Just play your video games. Leave me alone.
Tyler, you play anything new recently?
I did a little 2-player game called Light of Dragons or Dragons of Light. It came out like a year or so ago, and they have a second version coming out on Kickstarter soon. It's one of those, it's like Onitama or the Duke or things like that, where you're moving on a chessboard. Each piece has certain moves. So it was a nice little 2-player game. And Fake Artist Goes to New York. I played that one recently. I love that game. A lot of fun. I got some stuff in the mail that I haven't looked at yet, but yeah, it's been good. I'm slowly getting back into things because work was driving me crazy, and these two over here were driving me crazy. So I said, screw it. I'm just playing board games.
Nice. Well, you're up in Canada anyway, so you didn't really celebrate our 4th of July. So.
Well, we celebrated July 1st, so.
Yeah, but what are you celebrating independence from? You're still all.
Yes, but we said, Britain, can we go our own way? And they said, okay, we didn't have to fight them. and kill them.
So you
Just
you didn't really have to work for it, is what you're saying.
Yes. We are still part of the Commonwealth. We're still friends with them.
You know what? We're still friends. We beat them up, and then we gave them a hand. You know.
Then they came back over to fight us, and we beat them up again.
Yeah. So
Granted, we burnt the White House down in 1812. So hey, what are we talking about?
A boot. There's that boot. I don't know what we are talking about. A boot. You Canadians and your shenanigans. Hey, how's the job treating you, by the way, buddy?
The job, it's okay. It's money. I don't enjoy it. But,
damn you, money.
Yeah. Well, I found out a couple months ago there was a guy in town that had a store, and half of it was board games, and the other half is all nerd geek culture stuff. And he sold it to someone, but when I left Kellogg's, I had my severance, I had my pension, and I would have bought the store from him, and I would have been in heaven, but, you know.
And maybe then be even further in debt, so.
Oh, yeah. But I would have had my own board game store. How cool would that have been?
Well, I mean, it's just a tough business to be in, man. Everybody I've talked to is just like, it's rough.
Oh, yeah.
You know, as far as keeping it going. So, yeah, I mean, like the one really successful store I have in town here, the only reason why they're successful is like because he's just got the spot that he basically doesn't have to pay almost any rent on it whatsoever. So, you know, no utilities at all. The only thing that sucks about it where he is that it's got horrible parking. But people put up with it because he's like pretty much the only game in town. So
I'd run Vietnamese hookers out of the basement to supplement my income. Don't get me wrong.
There's that wit.
Well, I'm male and female clientele. I cater to everyone.
Nice.
Not
Tyler,
that there's anything
everybody.
wrong with that.
Hey, has anybody heard anything about this board game Bento?
Oh, come on, anyway.
Nope.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, quiet over there, I said.
Just use the roller. It's easier.
It's
Yeah,
funny
I guess
because they like yell at the TV and it's like they can't hear you.
But do they? You don't allow them to have the microphone or whatever?
I'm using it. Which my
Very
daughter broke, and I almost lost it today, but I forgive her. 'Cause this is the third pair of headphones I've gone through, thanks to her. So.
Oh, I've given up on trying to. I've given up on trying to like prevent my son from breaking headphones. He's 4, so I just buy the cheapest headphones I possibly can, and I just keep like 2 or 3. In a cupboard. So when they get destroyed, then I just like, oh yeah, here I'll get you another one, but I make them like go without having headphones for the YouTube videos or whatever for a little while, So it's just like whatever. Anyway, I was gonna ask you, have you guys heard about this board game Bento at all? The box of board games every month.
Sounds vaguely abstract strategy-ish.
No, it's like a subscription box. Okay, so
it's like a loot crate.
Yeah. So it's a loot crate. I didn't know this was a thing. My wife got into one of them actually, like a loot crate, and I would always wonder why these weird pink boxes kept showing up. And they had like foo-foo things for women. I shouldn't say foo-foo. That was horrible. I apologize. They have things geared towards women as far as like jewelry and perfume and things like that. They're not something normally a man would seek out, but if he does, then good for him. But regardless, I didn't know there was a thing. But this board game Memento is like totally a subscription box to get games like every month, like $50 a month. I think that's shipping paid for $50.
Okay.
And then you get it's plus shipping and handling. I apologize. So $50 plus shipping, and then you get at least $80 worth of games sent to you. Now I think $80 worth of games and gaming stuff is a little misleading in my opinion, because of the fact that MSRP is such a
Right.
I can remember distinctly when like cable television first came out and like the home shopping network was a thing.
Oh yeah.
And my brother and I were watching it one night, and like he was like, and they were like, whatever it was, some item was like, well, normally we're asking for $90, but tonight only, it's like $18.99 or whatever. And I was like, that's a pretty good deal. And he's like, you realize it's just some guy sitting in the back saying, it'd be pretty cool if we could get $90 for these. So MSRP is nothing. It's like, so
it's an arbitrary number.
Yeah. So they say it's $80. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
If that's $80 in Amazon value, that might not be a bad deal.
No, because $80 in Amazon, man, you can buy a lot of good stuff at Amazon for $80.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. There's somebody's board game bento box. They got Machine of Death, 2 expansions for it, Spyfall, and Salem.
Okay, so that's quite a mashup. Think about the Loot Crate is they always have a theme.
And they're supposed to have a theme on some of these. This month says it's supposed to be sports.
Yeah, that'd be tough. That'd be tough with board games.
Oh, I just had a great idea. We should do like a Columbia house where you got a warehouse and you're just sending all these people to games and they just got to keep paying. Because that way you can get rid of all the crap ones and they're like, oh my goodness. You just keep charging them.
I'm just looking and it's like one of them was like a more recent one was like is all about food, and so there was like Food Fighters and Sushi Go and like
Sure.
and I was like, well, I mean Sushi Go Sushi Go is a good game. I mean that game's just fun and it's just like plus you get to yell Sushi Go and I like Food Fighters. My daughter and I play that still. But I mean the rest of them are just kind of
Yeah.
So here's why I have no desire for this, because when it comes to my games, I want the ones I want, and if I want them, I just buy them, and I don't want a bunch of random stuff I probably won't touch.
Well, then that's my thing, too. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys remember Tanga, but you remember Tanga Trash and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So, like, you get, like, a box of, like, some random games, and there was a reason why Tanga had 1,000 copies of, the stuff. It's because...
Right.
Nobody wanted it.
Couldn't sell it.
So if it's just kind of like, I don't know. The reason I ask is because they actually contact me and asked me if I wanted a trial membership and like to do a video of what I'm getting and stuff like that. And it's just like, I mean, I'm tempted to say yes, just to, like get the free games. But I mean, what if it's either A, stuff I've already owned, or B, like I wouldn't want it anyway. It just seems like by telling them yes, I'm just saying okay, fine, send me some free stuff.
Well, that may be a little bit of an.
What? We lost Rick.
Uh-oh.
How many copies of Ming Dynasty do you want to get?
Well, that's the thing.
Hold on, Rick. Rick, we lost you. Go back to what you first said. You cut out there for a second. So like.
I was going to say, so they're the audience that they're trying to appeal to already buys 3 or 4 or 6 games a month. So the chances are going to be pretty good that a lot of these games they already own. So that's kind of a built-in flaw, potentially.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of those stuff, it's like any of those sites that try to do like deal-a-day board games or try to like have like this just the offloading of games that like didn't get sold. I mean, the vast majority of them. I mean, I think it's one of those things where, I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't know. I think it's just it's a tough thing to do. But what was the service that was for like a subscription? Like you could have them send you a game and then like you'd get to be able to play it, and then like if you liked it, you could tell them you keep it, and then they'd send you the box. Do you remember that one? It was like.
For board games or
for board games. Does you guys remember that? And then like if we were like, and everybody was saying it wasn't going to work, and sure enough, it didn't work. Because like the whole thing was, it was like you'd get it was kind of like Netflix for games.
Yeah.
God, what was that? It was like 2 or 3 years ago. And I remember they also asked me if I was willing to sign up, and they were gonna like they allow me to sign up for like 6 months for free and use it, and I told them no, thank you, because they weren't gonna have any games I didn't have. I mean, it was like, but my biggest problem with that was like, okay, so you get a game like Arkham Horror that has 1 million pieces. I mean, how are you gonna have anybody go through that game and make sure that you got back everything when the person before them played it? And if you play it and you have the option of keeping it, well, nobody's going to want a game that somebody else has played and beat the hell out of.
Right. The pages are all stuck together for some reason.
You always got to go creepy with it, Tyler. It could just...
I do. Long, cold, lonely winters.
I don't... we don't want a game that's come out of your basement.
They're all in my basement.
Cardboard Congregation. That's actually a good idea. If I did it, maybe I could just do that, and I could give the games away.
I'd say it looks like there's already several board game subscription companies out there. I mean, I'm seeing 4 or 5, half a dozen here.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
How big is that market?
I don't know. I like I said, I got the email out of the blue, and I hadn't even heard of it before, and so.
Board Game Bento.
Yeah, what does bento mean? I don't even know what that.
It's a type of little like Japanese food box thing that got all the little compartments in it.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at Mr. Worldly over here. Barry, shut up.
Yeah.
All right, Barry, take your 10 minutes.
Okay, so.
Oh, just so you know, Tyler, you're familiar with the Barry 10, but Rick, and you said you've watched it before, but Barry talks too much, so every once in a while I just have to give him 10 minutes to just talk a lot, so he can get it out of his system. Yeah. So this is where I attempt to shut up for 10 minutes and let Barry talk.
This is you turning the safety valve so the steam escapes.
Yeah, and then in all honesty, I've already used up about a minute of his 10 minutes by talking now. So, but all right, Barry.
I'm going to interrupt the Barry 10 to say goodnight because I'm.
Oh no, you have to stay out. No, you can't leave the Barry 10. You got to be here for it. He's got questions. You're staying for 10 minutes there.
10 minutes.
FUKC, come on, baby.
FU's guys.
FU's guys.
All right, here we go. The Barry 10, everyone.
All right, so in some form, we're all like ambassadors to the board game hobby, right?
Bastards to the board game hobby. What?
That's what I thought he said.
Am I the only one that heard that?
Preach it, brother.
So, my question is, how do you feel about being an ambassador all the time? Is there a point where you just want to be left alone instead of trying to show these board games to people or explain rules or whatever?
Hey, this is when I'm quiet, so,
Well, I can think of worse things to be an ambassador for.
Sorry, I keep hearing bastard.
Somalia.
I'll say this, and I'll hopefully this will like prompt a little more discussion. My biggest thing with it is that I feel like I have to keep myself from saying what I really think a lot, because I don't want to ever. I mean, I'm not to say that like my opinions or whatever would ever like destroy a game or anything like that. But I do think that like there's been many times that I bite my lip when I like really want to tell somebody where to take their opinion and shove it, just because I feel like I need to just be nice, and not say it out loud. So that kind of bugs me a little bit as far as like being an ambassador for this kind of niche hobby that we have. That and the other thing is that it's a kind of a double-edged sword, because I mean, like if you go to a convention and people like recognize you and talk to you or anything like that, it's a very, very nice feeling. But also like there's times when like I just want to like I'm walking back to my hotel room and I run into somebody and they're like, oh hey, it's Ended Viking, and that's really cool, and I feel like an a-hole even saying this out loud right now, but it's like that's really cool that they take the time to say it, and I always say I try to make sure I like give them some time because they're out of the blue, they're coming up and saying hi to me, and I want to make sure, but man, there are times when I'm just dead tired or I'm in a hurry and I don't want to have a conversation right then, which and that, like I said, I'm coming across as a total a-hole by saying that, and I hope people don't feel that way, but it's just like, so it can be annoying, and I'm really glad in those situations that I'm not Tom Vassell, because I'm sure he just gets hammered with that, and you see Tom at conventions and he looks beleaguered sometimes.
Sure.
And just like he wishes he could just be anywhere else, or just be able to sit down and play games and have fun without having to worry about about impressions that he's given. So that's my opinion.
But that doesn't, you're in a little bit of a unique position, Lance, and that doesn't necessarily reflect badly on the board game industry or board games in general. Again, you have a unique position as an influencer, and I can only appreciate how difficult it must be not to, to have to bite your tongue and not necessarily render an opinion if it's a less than positive opinion, perhaps.
It's never about games, because I can always usually find something good about almost any game. It's a rare game that that completely is horrible. Yeah. But it's people, really. That they just, I don't know. It's like they, especially now when I work for Taste of Minstrel Games, it's like having to people that ask questions. They really asking for like ridiculous requests, like, oh, I somehow broke my box because I set a bowling ball on it. Can you send me a brand new box for my Orleans Deluxe? No, I can't. However, if you want to give us $80, I can send you one. Oh, well, thanks for nothing, you big jerk.
Right.
And I really want to send back an email. Listen, buddy. It isn't like we're sitting on a giant stockpile of empty boxes. Just like I'm not the So yeah, but instead you just have to say, "Well, I'm sorry we were unable to fulfill your request at this time. Please feel free to ask again at any time." You just have to. Yeah, there you go. What about you, Keith?
I don't have to impress anybody because I'm not doing anything.
You know what's hilarious about Keith is that like he always talks like he really wants to hang out with all of us at conventions, and then he just brings along his entourage, and he doesn't spend any time with us.
I couldn't find you in the evenings at Origins.
Whatever. You got your Keith entourage. Everybody's like, "Oh, Keith, where should we go now?"
No, I ditched them and played games with some other folks for a little bit, but I couldn't find you. The only time I even came close to gaming with you was when you taught us Yokohama, which is pretty awesome.
Fantastic, and it's on Kickstarter right now.
I gamed with a few other people here and there, but yeah, I went with my buddies. I think BGG Con's a little bit better from that standpoint because it's just me and Eric.
What about you, Tyler? You got to be recognized. What do you think?
I get burnout quite regularly because I have to learn so many new games that when I go to game nights a lot anymore, I just actually want to hang out with my friends because either with work or family stuff, I haven't seen them that often. So I like to play nice light stuff. If anyone actually goes to my Twitter feed that cares, I've got a pinned post from the Watchmen comic, and it's Dr. Manhattan saying, "I'm tired of Earth."
You said that cared, so I just thought I'd stop.
It's like, wow.
This is what happens when you keep me up past my bedtime.
What about you, Barry? What do you think? You asked the question.
Yeah, it's something I've been thinking about lately. There's just times I don't want to be bothered with showing people games and all that. I'd rather play a game when people know the game, try new strategies or something like that. but I always feel a little bad, if somebody asks, and it's just like, not today.
The weird thing about in my hometown, especially when I go to the monthly game night at the local game store, everybody knows what I do, and if they actually cared at all, I would never know, because they treat me like I'm just another person, which is actually really cool. So probably because they knew me when, right? And I just, though, I mean, it's only when I go to conventions and then that happens, and I have to remind myself that it really still isn't really anything, because it really isn't. Because I firmly believe that anybody else's opinion about any game is just as valid as mine. The only difference is that I have made hundreds of videos saying what those opinions are. That's the only difference.
For thousands and thousands of hours.
Yes. Because my videos are long.
I will give you a compliment now. So
everybody, shush. Everybody.
I didn't know you at all, but I'd seen.
I didn't do it myself. I knew somebody was gonna know. He's still talking. He has no idea.
No, I couldn't see my thing. I saw it up there. So I ran into you and Joel at Gen Con, and it was both of your first Gen Con. And it was right outside Stronghold Games, what was a tiny booth that year. But I never interacted with you guys ever before. Ran into you and said, hey, you're Lance, right? Yeah, and I said, I enjoy watching your videos. And you reached over and gave me a hug in the middle of the thing because, you were just happy to have someone tell you that they appreciated your stuff. And you're still much that same way. So I think that's where you do a good job of interacting with people. And I think that's why your channel's so popular, because you are genuine most of the time.
Well, thanks, buddy. That means a lot.
But that impressed me when you didn't know me from Adam, and you reached out and gave a complete stranger a hug just because they said, hey, I enjoy your videos. So.
Well, you know what? I got a lot of love to give, and you're a lot of man, so.
That's true.
It's true. Good stuff. We'll go to bed. There,
I am going to do so because I am tired because I have been moving, and I have more to do.
Enjoy that sleep.
Good night.
Good night, Keith.
See you later.
Do we have any questions from the crowd? We
Actually,
got like 19 people watching, which is ridiculous.
Somebody was asking about replayability. Where was it?
Whether games are replayable?
Now, how often you replay a game? I can't find
like
it.
after like the 2 or 3 times I play it before I do a review?
Well, in general, do you revisit a game often?
I mean, like there are certain games that like it depends on. Like, I mean, the smaller stuff like Hipsters and Hamsters, like that's in my my filler bag now. So I mean, it's just like, so when I go to a buddy's house, or if I, when I'm taking games upstairs to play, the filler bag comes up, and so when we're waiting for people to show up, it's like that's got stuff in there like for sale and other things that are quick and everybody knows how to play.
Mm-hmm.
And you can play it in 10, 15 minutes while you're waiting for everybody else to show up. So those games get replayed just because they're easy to play and they're easy to teach. Like I brought Roll For It with me to the lake this weekend, and that was kind of cool. I got my whole family to play Roll For It, and everybody's having a good time. So that stuff, yeah, definitely. Interesting question, because like earlier today, I was talking to somebody about Burano and what my opinions were. I picked up a copy. Burano is now readily available because this smaller company, I forget what the name is, but like they got the license or what have you, and now they're publishing it. And Burano, it's a good game. It's. I mean, I don't think it really sets the world on fire good, but I mean, it's definitely worth playing. And somebody asked me my opinion of it, and I said, it's good and it's fun, but it's a game that I'll play like 4 or 5 times, and then it'll go on my shelf, and it's something that maybe I'll play once a year.
Right.
Yeah, just because it's just a game. It's not something that like it doesn't give me it doesn't give me an experience where it's like I got to come back to it. Now, Defenders of the Last Stand, I've played that 5 times now. I think the game is amazing. I love the story. I love playing it. I love the whole Mad Max Defenders of the Realm, basically with adventure elements type of thing. And that's a game I'll play. I've hardcored it, playing it, since getting it. But I will. It's something that it's going to come off the shelf, that once a month type of situation because everybody really likes it. So, Las Vegas is a great game, Kabuki Kid. That is also in my my filler bag. Las Vegas is amazing. Can't Stop is amazing as well. Paul just mentioned that. Tim Baker, Posthuman. That's the game that I was trying to design myself. I talked about that. I tried to make a game like Posthuman about zombies and what have you, and I don't quote me on this, but I think the reason why nobody's really saying much about Posthuman right now is because they're between print runs. Basically, the Kickstarter print run got sold out almost immediately, and so they just haven't had any copies to sell. So people aren't, they aren't aware of it. It's just not there. It's for it to be available. So I don't know. That's my guess or my feeling. I don't know. So. I'm not a big fan of Liar's Dice. Paul Tompkins just mentioned Liar's Dice, and I mean it's such a simple little thing, But I don't know. There's for that feeling, that bluffing. I'd rather play a game like like Spyfall or something. It's the same aspect, but you just aren't using dice. Spyfall is also a game that we played at the Lake Cabin this past weekend, which everybody really enjoys. I just like watching my 8-year-old try to lie and come up with questions. When like she's asked, they'll ask my daughter, so are you having a good day today? Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. Mom, what did you wear today? It's like, good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How often do you guys replay your games?
It depends. Like when I'm with the Cabal, the beer mongers, we only have 4 hours.
Name dropping already. When I'm hanging out with the Secret Cabal group, my good friends.
No, I'm just saying that's my main gaming group.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There, we only have 4 hours, so we rarely get the same game out to the table twice in a year. But at home, I go in spurts. Sometimes I just want to play older games. Oh, I'm Irish. Sometimes I want to play older games. Sometimes it's newer games. But any game in my collection that I have played has been played at least 5 times.
Interesting. Yeah, I got way too many unplayed games.
I'm up to about 15.
Yeah, I do too.
It's just. Do you do a purge?
Did you say 15, Keith or Barry?
I'm at about 15 now unplayed.
Oh, that's not bad. I think I'm around 70.
Yeah. I've got at least double that, probably triple that. It's ridiculous, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's I have to do a purge. I absolutely positively have to do a purge soon. It's just
that's hard though because I love them all. Each one's a little different. And yeah, there are some crappy, but it's like, oh, I love this. Oh, I love this one too.
Well, even the ones you haven't played, at some point you hope to get around to them. But we buy these games based on theme in a lot of cases, and I'm still drawn to the theme. It's just that I'm not usually the one that picks out the game. That's usually somebody else in the family picks out the game that they want to play. So they're not necessarily into 19th century paddle wheels.
Are you talking about Mississippi Queen there?
Mississippi Queen. On the shelf. I did take the shrink wrap off just because I wanted to see the components, but that's about as far as it got.
Make sure the smokestacks weren't broken.
That's right.
Do you have the weird expansion like the Black Rose or what was it? What's the expansion for that?
I don't. You know, and it's hard to justify buying the expansion when you haven't played the core game.
Well, that game is like out of print and been out of print forever though too. So.
I got it.
You must have got a deal on it, huh?
No, I bought it when it came out.
Really?
Yeah, I got a lot of games I bought when it came out, and probably haven't even a lot of them punched the counters on yet.
Huh. Yeah, Mississippi Queen was a game that like I remember I had a trade lined up to get it, and then it didn't. Then it fell through, and that was my last chance to actually get a copy of it. So. But yeah, then now that was done with. Which now that made me mad because I wish I still had that. Now I gotta see if I can find a copy of Mississippi Queen. I remember earlier this year when somebody came out of nowhere and had a opened but unpunched copy of Dune, the old Avalon Hill Dune with the worm on it, and I remember we worked on the trade, and I was very excited to have it, and then I got it, and I couldn't bring myself to punch it, so then I paid Andrew.
You paid somebody to punch it?
No, I paid Andrew at Print and Play Productions a chunk of cash to make a copy, basically.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
So that and then I got it. So I have a copy of Dune, and I have a copy of Dune. I have a copy that I can play. And then I have one that I can just hold on to and look at. So
I thought you were gonna say you paid him to reseal it and then you sold it for more than it's worth.
No. A game's only worth as much as somebody's willing to pay.
Unopened. Look at this.
Nice.
Yeah, partially unpunched.
Partially unpunched.
Mississippi Queen.
Actually, I like that on Facebook on the BoardGameGeek page. People will put up pictures of the punches and be like, "Hey, can you guess what game this is from?" So that's it's a fun little nerd thing to do.
Very cool. John Rod will be on here because he's got a new Kickstarter that I had no idea that he was doing.
He does. Where's the other two?
I
just got an update for the one. I didn't read it.
Oh, did you back it already?
The Adapt one I did. I don't know what the update was.
No, he's got a game night bag Kickstarter, which is just like a bag designed for game night and convention shopping. 35-pound capacity, water resistant, and ships next month. So literally you'd maybe have it. No, you probably wouldn't have it in time for Gen Con. But basically it looks like a hardcore like shopping bag. The you're trying to save the environment bags that you'll see everywhere.
Yeah.
But they have cool graphics on the side, to show that the different games and stuff that are in there. So good for him. He'll be on a little bit later. John, the Superman rot. So everybody's going to Gen Con except for Barry because he hates it.
And me.
And Tyler because he's Canadian.
They won't give me the time off work, but I know two guys that are going down just for the Saturday. So if I can either give away my shift or get them to give me it off, I will go for one day. It's a 9-hour drive, but one day, meet a lot of people, come home. So we'll see.
Interesting. Interesting if true. No, that'd be cool. Have you been to Gen Con before?
I went last year. I demoed Flick 'em Up for 4 days for Z-Man.
Good for you. I bet that never got boring.
Oh, wow. My fingers were so sore.
Oh, from playing the game. Sorry.
Yeah. The other one's forearms.
No.
Anyway. Yes, I hope to make it for one day. Would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking forward to being there to do it, but I'm also not looking forward to it. If that makes sense, I don't know.
That's why I say I would rather do one day than do 4 and just be exhausted all the time. Last year, 2 of the nights I was in bed by 8 o'clock because I was so exhausted.
Well, I believe my wife's coming with me again, which is cool. So I'll be able to, hang out and like not. And she's good because she gets me to go to bed at a decent time usually. But I don't know. It's crazy. So yeah, I don't know. Gen Con will be fun, but it'll be it'll be a slog like it always is, especially now since I'm going to be working it as well. So, which will be fun. I think it'll be neat to actually be there and work on it. So, but I don't know. And then after that, what's the convention that everybody goes to? Well, besides this BGG Con, but is there one in between?
I don't know.
Major one? I don't think so. Well, Ashton, but over here, I don't think there is another major one.
Yeah. Anything else? No. Good.
GrandCon?
Oh, Paul wants to know what games are we looking forward to it from Gen Con.
I haven't even looked at the list yet.
Whatever free ones they give me.
Gosh, I mean, I there's the list, but I really haven't started perusing it at all. Maybe I should. I don't know. I haven't really, and that we usually devote a thing about it, to like discuss that. So I don't really want to touch base on that. But I mean, there's a few out there that are like tickling my fancy, so to speak. But yeah, it's weird. It's like I never feel like I need to race and get it, now. In the past, it's like, oh, I gotta get that. Now I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't know why. Probably because I'm just like weirdly over it or something. It's obviously it's the big one, right? And people get excited for it, and they should. But it really, like last year, it really drove me crazy because of the fact that it just felt like it was too much. There was just too many people, too many things, and it's getting even bigger this year.
Yeah. I think there is such a thing as growing too large.
And every year they say, it's just like, oh, it's too big. We need to move it. We need to do this, that, and the other thing. And then I don't know.
Oh, they are locked in a contract till 2020.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere for at least 4 more years.
No, it's true.
Well, and how much of the not looking forward to particular releases do you think has to do with the fact that, it's almost like that's not the venue now where stuff gets released. It's, Kickstarter, and there's very little that you don't know about prior to Gen Con, and a lot of it's old news by then. Does anybody reveal stuff at Gen Con anymore?
Oh yeah, the companies pull out new games. People know about them months at a time, but they release them there.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I would rather wait a month and just buy it at my local store than fight the crowd and then have to bring it across the border and all that technical, no, we only got 100 copies of this. And you got people running. It's like, yeah, I'll wait a week. Sorry.
If it weren't for the crowds, I think I would go just to see what it's like once. I think if I had something to do there, like work in a booth or something, I might go.
I'm just eating 4 cans of beans the day before. Screw it. I'll get through the crowd. I will. I'll do it too.
Yes, I don't think anybody is doubting that you would do it, Tyler. There's no doubt in anybody's mind. So, I don't know. Does anybody have any games at Gen Con that they're excited about? thinking about at all? Good. The only thing that I can think of offhand, Ares Games, The Last Friday, which is the weird, like Friday the 13th hidden movement slasher horror movie game, comes out. That was like the one that I was like, oh, that looks interesting, because it reminds me of Camp Grizzly, which was a game that I thought was amazing as far as like a co-op game running away from a serial killer that nobody knew anything about, and it just kind of came and went from a couple years ago. And so I love that genre. I love those types of movies. So strongly I'm looking forward to the possibility of checking that out. So.
Is that studio? They're based in Italy. It's like the Facebook page is primarily in Italian.
Yeah, it's like Ares like picks up. I think Ares is Italian, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So. I'm almost positive it is. But yeah, but I will say this. I mean, that game looks like it'll be really cool. But if you can, I would strongly suggest taking a look at Camp Grizzly if you want to play just a very goofball, funny game about running away from an insane person who's trying to murder you. So, well worth. It shouldn't be. It isn't too tough to find. I mean, I think there's plenty of copies rolling around out there. The only thing I regret is I didn't get it on the Kickstarter and get like all the special promos for it. But that's just me, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know.
Crimson Creek. Did you ever play or get that one, Lance?
Crimson Creek. I am not familiar.
It was on Kickstarter. They did like 82 grand, but it's like a co-op. There's a murderer and they're going through the cards. There's like a cabin, and look into that, because if you like that like slasher genre type stuff, and it's all like you don't know where he is, you got to find him. It's a cool little one. Crimson
Must
Creek.
be okay. Looks like it's card based. $12 on the Kickstarter.
It was a nice little game. I liked it.
Interesting.
Because there aren't a lot of games that do that genre, and it'd be nice to see some more.
Yeah, the one thing that I found, interesting or whatever was in Camp Grizzly was that there were like you had to collect certain items that would allow you to try to escape, but not collecting the items and attempting to escape wasn't enough. There was like a final test that could end with all of you getting killed anyway, which was like kind of fun and would kind of like reveal itself there at the very end. So. It was a really, really fun game that I highly suggest everybody, like if you're a fan of the slasher genre, it's worth tracking a copy down. I think you can still buy it through the company.
What was it called again?
Camp Grizzly. Let me see here. I'm almost positive you can still buy it through them. I remember Michael Fox saying that Ship Naked actually has the actual copies, and they ship them out.
Really?
So yeah. So there you go. 50 bones it'll cost you to get it, because they did not go through any kind of a distribution or anything for it. Like, yeah, I mean, maybe they will eventually at some point, but you can pay them $50 and you can have your own survival horror game.
And they got a severed head on the back of the box. The guy standing there holding it. Like,
yeah, wow. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm gonna have nightmares now. Thanks.
No, I sincerely doubt that's going to be the one that puts you over the edge. So you'll excuse me if I don't apologize for.
I can't handle blood and gore.
Really? You play games with people getting like shot and all kinds of stuff like that, and you can't handle. Oh, yeah. They aren't real people, right? You know.
My imagination runs rampant, gets the best of me.
Interesting. File that away.
Oh boy.
No, I always wonder about that, like different themes, like why there aren't more games about certain themes,
Why so much, Cthulhu in the board game realm and very little on the digital side at all? I don't know, just for whatever reason, certain themes tend to...
Pirates, Vikings, zombies on a train, and you've got them covered.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously, yeah, zombies, pirates, and recently Vikings. Well, now you know what? Pirates aren't really even that big. I mean, well, pirates as a tacked-on theme where you're like, oh, it's pirates versus dinosaurs or something. It's just like a kind of really ridiculous tacked-on bullcrap, honestly, in my opinion. But really good pirate games. I mean, it's just they don't really. I just recently did the one video for the one that was like a complete simulation of the pirate life, which was really, really good. The Pirate Republic. I mean, that was just a really, really good game. I mean, but it's a monster of a game, honestly. I mean, you have to really. It's so weird too, because I talked about that again with somebody else. It's like we're in a world now where we're still getting heavy games, but designers have gotten good enough at making a heavy game that still only lasts an hour and a half to 2 hours. Like the big 5 hour slog doesn't exist really anymore. Nobody really makes that game anymore because they can't because it doesn't sell well. I mean, I understand why. I'm just and so it kind of bugs me because I'm a big fan of the 5 hour slog, and I don't know. But then again, I don't get to play them because I don't have 5 hours.
There you go.
Yeah.
I thought Libertalia was a good pirate game.
Yeah, but I mean that could have been waiting in line for anything. You could have been you could have been waiting in line for your space brains as an alien.
Yeah.
I think Libertalia is a great game.
Jamaica. That's a good game.
That's a race game though. It's just racing.
But it's got pirate ships.
Yeah, but it could. But once again,
it could
be anything. Yeah.
I like Merchants Marauders.
Merchants Marauders is great, but that's also a slog.
Yeah.
You don't get out of that game under 3 hours.
Yeah.
And you have to play with the variant that allows you to attack people that are just being the wimpy merchant.
Oh, always.
Yeah. So I mean, I remember that one play of that, and we implemented that rule change without ever actually even talking to the designer or anything.
More games with hamsters, right, Rick?
There you
Absolutely. Pirate hamsters.
There you go. That's your expansion. You'll add pirate hipsters and pirate hamsters onto it.
I see an eye patch in my future.
You make a very good point about the fact that like Cthulhu, there aren't Cthulhu video games.
No.
There's Cthulhu RPGs, and there are Cthulhu,
Cthulhu.
There's Cthulhu, like Cthulhu RPGs, Cthulhu, there's like that Lost in Rilla or whatever, just like this weird. I mean, that's actually not a bad game from Atlas. If you're looking for like a quick little card game with a totally tacked on Cthulhu theme.
That's the thing. You've got a pretty broad spectrum. I mean, you've got full-on gaming systems, and you've got all the way to the light end of the spectrum.
That's the other thing I always wonder. Why isn't there like a good Cthulhu movie?
That is my favorite Cthulhu card from Creepiest Pet Shop.
That's awesome. But yeah, why hasn't there been a good Cthulhu movie? Is it just? I mean, they kind of touched on it weirdly in a not really obvious way with Hellboy. When they opened the portal to the other world in a very, very Azathoth Cthulhu-esque thing reaching through with the tentacle.
It's tough. I mean, the Lovecraft. The source material. So much of it is just largely interior. I mean, it's really difficult to pull that off, I think, in a movie, and create a sense of ultimate, not just physical evil, but psychological evil.
Well, it's not even really evil. It's just it's to the point of like, yeah, well, no, not even hopeless. Like Cthulhu doesn't like look at the human race and like think, oh, I'm gonna ruin your day. It's just whatever, it's so big and huge and beyond our understanding that like it's literally us stepping on an ant. We don't think twice about it because we don't ever consider what the ant would think. And that's ultimately. I always loved that quote from the movie Contact, where they're saying, well, why do you automatically assume that the people that would good movie, if you know what movie I'm talking about, with
Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster and all right. Yeah, but they're having the argument about like whether or not they should use or use the machine that they send them to, and like the one guy says, what if it's like some portal or teleportation thing that actually like brings in a bomb that just kills us all? And then she says, it's like, that's just ridiculous. That would be like somebody going out of their, she said that would be like us calling a full military invasion to destroy an anthill in Africa. And he said, yeah, but for all we know, that's all they consider us, just another anthill. And it's just like, it's just like it kind of actually makes us feel small and insignificant. It's like that great picture of, what was it, like when they had the Voyager turn around and shoot the long photo, and you can find it online, and Earth is just this little tiny dot, like that like barely perceptible. And then just how small and insignificant. Oh, great! Now we feel even less.
Have even more of an inferiority complex.
Yes. Make us feel even smaller than we did before the conversation goes on. Well, we usually don't get into deep philosophical thoughts until after midnight. What happened there?
I don't know.
It is. It's 12:38.
I was going to say, it's after midnight somewhere.
It's not for Lanes. He's an hour behind us.
Oh, that's true. Lord Javi says that there is a great black and white Silent Call of Cthulhu movie on Netflix. Interesting.
What? No kidding.
There's a couple.
Silent? It
was the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society, I think. They did a couple of them. Call of Cthulhu, Mountain of Madness, I think.
Yeah.
The guy from Jurassic Park, the Australian guy, I can't remember. He was in
Sam Neill.
Yeah, he was in one called Under the Mountain, which wasn't really a great one, but he did that a couple years ago.
I mean, you'd think somebody like a David Cronenberg would pick up on. He would be perfect for exploring some of those themes.
Well, you'd think, because most of the people in Hollywood probably worship Cthulhu anyway. So.
Not going to bite the hand that feeds them.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think anybody would want to watch a movie about Cthulhu where it's like either the world does end, or like you may stop it, but it's just in 5 years it's going to happen again anyway, and all the people that manage to pull it off. We're driven insane, or are dead. Anyway, so
HBO did do a miniseries. They did a season this year with the guy who played Bullseye in the first Daredevil, Colin.
What was the miniseries about?
I'm trying to remember the name of it. The first season of it was pretty much about Azathoth, basically.
Colin Farrell, really?
He was in the second series, the second season.
Oh, are you talking about True Detective?
That's it. Yeah.
No, they mentioned they call the guy the Yellow King. You're thinking of Hastur, and they just call him the Yellow King over and over again, but they never really confirm that it's Hastur. You know,
I was
so,
thinking the final.
yeah, but they had some great moments, and True Detective, that first season, it was amazing. You know, it was one of those things where it could pay off. The payoff at the end wasn't ever gonna pay off, so to speak, because like you had this like horrible thing going on, and you know, it was like something that was considered to be bigger than everything, and they couldn't, like, you know, and they were trying to figure out, you know, what was going on, and there was something huge and big going on, but there was no way they'd ever be able to track everything down and do anything about it. But it had those great moments, like with the weird owl, like watching them and stuff like that, so it made you think that they were maybe like going somewhat supernatural with it. Matthew McConaughey has that moment when he's like looking at the clouds and they change color and they twist and they turn. And so it's like, for a moment, I felt like, wow, they were basically saying, here, we're going to do this show and it's going to be about investigating this murder. But we're going to screw with you, and we're actually going to switch the table on you, and we're actually now going to make it about, you know, like this other weird, like, paranormal thing going on. Yeah, I thought they were gonna like totally twist it, and then they didn't do that. Then it just became kind of at the very end, it became chasing a bad guy down a, you know, down a hallway, and you know, and you know, because he's trying to kill you with an axe, which, you know, I mean, fine, it ended, and I don't know. And they even said that, like, the one line was that I liked was, you know, it's like, we never got like all of them or something like that, and Woody Harrelson said, hey, that's not we got our guy. That was what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to get our guy, and we got him, you know, because they got the one murderer or whatever. But yeah, True Detective was good. That second season was horrible, though.
Right.
It was just, I mean, it was just all over the place and just no cohesion whatsoever. That goes to show you, never trust anything on TV. You know, especially not Game of Thrones. Is it time to complain about Game of Thrones yet?
In 11 months.
Sure we can. We can complain about. Kabuki Kid says Sam Neill in Into the Mouth of Madness. I tried to watch that probably 5 times. And no, I don't know. It wasn't good.
Who directed that? I mean, you've got to have the right
That was
sensibility.
Carpenter, wasn't it?
Was it Carpenter? Okay.
I'm almost positive it was Carpenter. And I think that was like he tried to, because like I think Carpenter wanted to do a Lovecraftian.
John Carpenter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
well,
was John Carpenter. Because that's just what he wants to do, and then he, you know, and it wasn't good. I mean, it did what it was trying. I guess it did kind of what it was trying to do, but it just wasn't really, as I said, good.
Well, I mean, it's a tough genre, first of all, and you know, I mean, are there enough people out there that still gravitate toward weird fiction to make it marketable?
I don't know. I've always thought that Mountains of Madness, that could be a good movie. Going to Antarctica, you know, seeing the craziness of it. You know, I always thought that was a possible movie that you could make.
Yeah.
But they'd screw with it and they'd ruin it. You know.
Well,
I mean,
you got to have the guy that, you know, like a Kubrick or somebody like that can kind of work outside the system and.
Well, Gil Toro's been trying for years, but I don't think that one's going to make it to light.
No, well, I mean, it's weird. I mean, it's like I mean, H.P. Lovecraft himself was just kind of a screwed up person anyway, and he was also had his problems too. He was fairly racist, and you know, just like kind of I don't know, just like out there. He was probably insane anyway. So, but yeah, I don't know. And like I said, at the Mountains of Madness, I do believe it could have totally been it could totally be a movie, because of the fact that it's, it's just got a really cool, like it's got the Shoggoths, it's got the Elder Things, it just it has all the bare bones of a very, very good, scary story. But I don't know.
Let's see how they do with the Dark Tower, and if they can actually make that into a good movie, then they can go after Lovecraft.
Yeah. I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, speaking as a guy who never really liked the Dark Tower books, I read like 2 of them, and I was just kind of like, I didn't really enjoy them. And I know like all my friends who are like Stephen King people are just like, you are dead to me, because they say it's just amazing. But yeah, I never really thought those were good anyway. So I mean, I don't really care about the Dark Tower. I'm impressed that they haven't ruined Preacher on the AMC show. I assumed they were just going to totally screw that up, but so far they haven't. So, and I'm speaking of a guy who loved the comic books.
Yeah.
I mean,
So are they staying fairly close to the source material?
They're doing pretty well with it right now. I'm sure they'll screw it up eventually, but right now it's for something that they waited forever for it to finally happen. Like I said, I'm still mad that they didn't do it soon enough, so Clint Eastwood could have been the Saint of all killers, because he would have been perfect for that role. And now he's just like a little bit too old. Speaking of, I watched Unforgiven again, and that is just a great movie. I can watch that movie over and over again.
My favorite Western. That was on a week ago on AMC or something.
Yeah, and I just happened to catch it, and I was just like, oh man, just the line where it says, he goes, I was building a house, I didn't deserve this. Deserves got nothing to do with it. and then the I'll see you in hell, William Bonney. Yeah. just no witty response, just yeah. You just shot an unarmed man. Well, he should have armed himself. He was going to decorate his bar with the body of my friend. I mean, it was just and you could just totally tell like Gene Hackman was chewing the scenery and loving it in that movie. And even the what was it, the Frisco Kid or whatever his name was, the guy that goes along with them or whatever, who needs the glasses, and then he says I never killed a man before. He's like, well, you sure killed the hell out of him. Yeah, that was just a really, really, really good movie without like the big fanfare of the other movies, like the spaghetti westerns and stuff that he was in when he was the man with no name.
Yeah, I had forgotten it won the Academy Award for Best Picture that year.
Yeah. It was, and a lot of people said it was just kind of like a nod to Clint Eastwood for everything he had done, kind of thing. But yeah, you know what movie that he was in that I really, really enjoyed was Absolute Power, which is not a great movie by any means, but it had some great moments. Which is he's the art thief, or he's like the master thief who. Like, he goes and he breaks into the home in the middle of the night, and he's there because he knows exactly he had cased out, and this isn't him being like, this is from, like, I'm guessing early 90s Clint Eastwood. And while he's in there, he's sitting there and he's looking around and he's stealing, like, all these jewelry and everything. Like, he's taking stuff that's obviously easily fensible. And then all of a sudden he hears the door open and he hears people walking, and then he starts and he like looks around and he realizes that he had found like basically the secret vault, like he didn't realize was there, and like inside the secret vault there was all this cash and everything else, and he was like, wow, it's like big score kind of thing. But then he heard these voices, and so he clicked the button, and then like the vault closed, and you realize it's it's like a one-way mirror that he can look through and he can see the room. And so then Gene Hackman comes in and he's with this woman, and they proceed to begin going at it or whatever, if you will, and he's like sitting there, and there's actually a chair in this room. So like this house has this place for somebody to sit in this chair and watch people in this bedroom, and you have this like thing where he's like watching it, and like and then what happens is that like things start to get a little rough or whatever, and like for whatever reason like I forget the impetus of it, but basically Gene Hackman and this woman start fighting. And she actually grabs a letter opener, and she cuts him. And so then he so then he's like, what the hell? And then they start wrestling around, and they're on top of this on top of the bed, and she's like freaking out, and she's trying to stab him with it, and this guy comes running in the room and shoots her and kills her.
Secret Service.
Yeah, and then so then you realize that like Gene Hackman's actually the president. And like he was like cheating on his wife or whatever with this woman, and you're sitting there, and it's just like, and then all of a sudden they have to cover up the murder, and so they're all trying to figure out what they're going to do, and actually like his Secretary of State, they call her, and she shows up, and then they start fixing everything, and so he ends up sitting in this room as these Secret Service agents are like cleaning up everything. They're vacuuming the rugs and everything, and then he tries to escape, and then he would have been able to get out of there without them ever knowing he was in there. But I forget, there's something happens where they see him, and so he takes off running. And Scott Glenn, great actor, actually plays one of the Secret Service agents, and Dennis Haysbert plays the other one. You might remember 24 played the president and stuff, and he actually gets away, and they get a partial license plate of his car as he runs away, and so then they start trying to track him down, and they realize he's a thief, and they're saying, well, we can pin the murder on him, and so he kind of goes through this whole thing where he's like the woman actually turns out to be the wife of this elderly person that was like best friends to Gene Hackman, who had donated tons of money to his to his campaign, and so then they start trying to find Clint Eastwood, and so he tries to like start trying to either spin it so he can get away, but then his daughter is actually like still around, and then they actually threaten to kill his daughter if he doesn't like come out. And so yeah, it's well worth it. It's got some nice revenge moments, and it's actually very well acted by everybody involved. And if I remember correctly, don't quote me on this, I think the woman who plays his daughter is actually his daughter.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll have to look it up. Absolute Power film, 1997 film. And then,
oh yeah, Allison Eastwood.
Yep, Allison Eastwood played his daughter, and did a very good job as well.
Great cast.
Excellent, and like I said, if you can
Ed Harris.
find it, it's Ed Harris. That's one of the best lines, is that Ed Harris like kind of knows that he's still active as far as being a thief, and he actually kind of starts hinting at him, like he runs into him, and like he's like at an art, he's at a museum, and he's watching things, and he's just like, and so he starts asking him all these questions about like what he might be doing and all this, that, and the other thing. And one of the things he says is that he says, well, he's like, if you were looking for, normally, except for the climbing out the window thing, because he climbed out a window of his cave, I'd say you're looking for me, because you're looking for somebody who takes his time or everything like that. And he's like, he said, I suppose, what is it? He says, I suppose that if I asked you your whereabouts sort of thing, he's like, oh, I have at least 5 people that'll testify that I was watching the, whatever football game at Patty's Pub, whatever. He's just like, and I suppose that is a perfect alibi for your situation. He's just like, well, that's where I was. So it's like the interplay between the two of them is done really well, and well worth checking out. I would strongly suggest it. So if you're looking for a movie, on the off the beaten path kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's another one directed by Eastwood.
Yeah, well worth it. I don't know. I love finding movies like that are like totally off, like I said, off the beaten path, or that you wouldn't really.
Frailty.
Frailty is, and that will twist your head around as far as trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And to this day, I've watched Frailty probably 4 or 5 times, and I still don't. It's still tough to wrap your head around the whole plot line of that movie. It's just as far as did he really see the demons? Did he not? Was locking him in the basement or whatever? Or what was it? He locked him in the.
Because they made the little cellar thing underneath the shed, and he locked him there for like a week. And
yeah, so no, just so if people understand, Frailty once again stars all right, and the whole premise is that there's the God's Hand killer, serial killer, that it goes out and is killing these human beings, but basically this guy shows up and says that my brother was the God's Hand killer, but he killed himself or whatever, and I can tell you how or why. And then he basically says that their father was driving around and he saw this axe in like a tree stump, and this light was shining on it, and he saw this vision of God telling him that he had to find the demons in the world that were masquerading as people, and he gave him the axe, and he gave him these gloves, and that he used the axe, and he was able to see the demons that walked the face of the earth. And so then he started abducting these people that he said were demons, and he got his sons to help him capture people, and they dragged them back to the cellar where then he would kill them with the axe. And the one brother, I think, wasn't it Bill Paxton, or I won't get too far into it. One brother was basically saying, "Dad, you're insane. You're killing these people. They're not. They're human beings. They're not demons." And then the other brother totally buys into it, and so then there's this big long, and so it's weird because it's telling the story from the past, but and also so it kind of goes back and forth between the two, and so yeah, it's got a so it's like you're constantly wondering. It's like, okay, so the people are bad people, but are they really demons, kind of thing, and
right.
So yeah, so it makes you rethink it over and over again.
Another great movie that does that back and forth thing phenomenally, is in my top 10, would be Memento by Christopher Nolan.
Well, everybody knows about Memento, though.
I love Memento. That's so good.
Memento is the movie that you get done watching it and you watch it again. You watch it a second time just so you can follow everything again. Memento stinks because once you know the gimmick, it's kind of over.
If you have the collector set, it had 2 discs, and it had the movie actually in chronological order, so you could see everything as it actually happened as well.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I remember that. And then I actually like The Machinist has a really good. That's a pretty good movie with Christian Bale. Has a great. I love the final scene of that, where basically a guy that he can't sleep. He's got insomnia, and he just and he can't tell if he's actually seeing the things that he sees, or it's because he's gone through so many hours of no sleep that he's having delusions. So he can't figure out if even this best friend. He can't decide if his best friend is actually real or not, because he can't remember a time when he didn't have this best friend, but he also knows that he hasn't slept for so long that he's Like he's bordering on insanity.
Wow, I'm looking at some. It looks like another emaciated Christian Bale.
Yeah, he actually he basically consumed something like 400 calories a day.
Wow.
He ate like a half a can of tuna and an apple was what he'd eat every day. And like he lost so much weight, he started having heart palpitations, and the director basically like said, "I'm not going to film you. You need to gain like 15 pounds." And so like and then what's crazy is he got done with that movie 6 months later, or like I don't know 6 months, but a very short period of time later, he was all bulked up, muscled up, and ready to play Batman for Batman Begins.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a method actor right there.
Yeah, he went. Yeah, like it was absolutely crazy the transformation that he underwent to get back up. But yeah, like when you see Insomniac, when you see Machinist, and you see like how rail thin he is, like it is skin thrown on a skeleton.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous, and you realize he really did that. You know, it wasn't CGI.
It's not CGI. Yeah.
It was crazy that he did that much.
Hey, I lost 28 pounds in 3 months, and I thought that was crazy. So
there you go.
This is kind of the flip side of Raging Bull.
Yeah, totally. Or for that matter, what was it? I'm trying to remember. I can't think of the Untouchables. Great movie, and like you barely recognize Robert De Niro as Al Capone because he just gained like a ton of weight, and he doesn't look like, I mean, you know it's De Niro, but it doesn't look like De Niro. It's just it's kind of crazy.
Well, now, of course, these days you could do it with CGI, but even back then, I mean, they could have done it with prosthetics, but it's.
I want his family dead. I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house. I want to burn down his house, and the night I want to go piss on the ashes. Yeah, just. I love. Untouchables is a great movie. Love that movie. Though it made me mad because admittedly, Sean Connery did a great job as the sergeant, but he. Like they gave him the Academy Award for it, but it almost felt like it was just kind of like, well, you probably deserve this already, so we're gonna give it to you now. Yeah, I don't know. It was, but all those guys, all the actors that like I grew up watching, like Gene Hackman and Connery, they all retired. They're just like, yeah, we're done. I'm not gonna do it anymore.
Well, Hackman, I mean, that guy was in everything.
Yeah, he was for a while there. It was like it was like.
And good in everything. I never saw a bad Gene Hackman performance.
Did you see Superman 4?
Well, okay. Bringing me back to reality here.
He was very, very good in Superman 2. That was the best Lex Luthor ever. Honestly, he was so good as playing up to the General Zod. Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia.
Well, he was 100 times better than the guy in Batman vs Superman.
Oh no. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Kevin Spacey was awful as in that one too. I honestly thought he'd do much better. The thing is that you can't play Lex. I thought that Hackman did a really good job. I mean, he just very brilliant, very sure of himself, but not like ridiculously screaming at people
over the top.
Yeah, and it's just like and the only thing he ever did was Miss Tessmacher. That's like the only thing he'd ever yell out or ever say anything that was angry. I always thought that it was just like I love the fact that who's the guy who played General Zod in not the remake, that Superman 2. Terrence Stamp, who was amazing in the movie The Limey. If you ever see the movie The Limey,
brilliant actor.
Terrence Stamp plays a guy who comes to America to find out who killed his daughter, and it's a great revenge movie that doesn't actually like have the big cymbal crash revenge that you're expecting, but it's a very, very good character arc for him. But anyway, regardless,
well, he does Quiet Menace so well.
Oh, Terrence Stamp? Yeah, totally. But I remember when like they're ripping apart the Daily Planet, and Lex Luthor shows up, and he's all like talking about like all these things about how they don't know what they're doing and all these other things, and he says to him, it's like, why do you say these things when you know I'm going to kill you? He goes, because I have something that you need. Superman's address. Just like, yeah, but that was, yeah. And then he goes, well, what do you need for this? And then he was like, I'm a simple man, because like my father said, buy land, because they're not making any more of it. Then he's like, Australia. And then later on, when they're in the Fortress of Solitude, Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia, please please take Superman into the chamber or whatever. I did. Yeah, he did a good job. And yeah, obviously they just screwed up Lex Luthor as a bad guy and just didn't do it right at all. It's just, I don't know.
If you watch All-Star Superman animated movie, they did Lex Luthor really good in that, and they should have just said, okay, be like this cartoon character, and you could do it good.
Well, it's like me. Like, I mean, whatever. I just want. I don't care who plays Batman. I just want his voice done by Kevin Conroy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's too many people that try to like, I gotta talk all gruff because that's how. No. Kevin Conroy like does the Batman voice and obviously the Bruce Wayne voice perfectly different, because like when he does Bruce Wayne, it's very, very like, it's like he's very light and like he's just very conversational. It's like and almost like kind of like whimsical and almost his non-caring about what's going on around him. And then when he does Batman, it's just like all he does is just lower the tone a little bit, but he's still very serious, and he's not growling at people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I always thought that like he did that perfectly. Hey, I did get this. This was on sale at Best Buy for like $40. The original Batman, the whole thing on Blu-ray. I've been watching these. I remember I used to watch these with my dad. I love that pow in the back. I used to watch these with my dad. I used to get so mad that you could never figure out when it was on. It was like it never was on a set schedule. It was always like Saturdays at 3, and then next week it was Sundays at 7. And I'd just be like so mad that I couldn't track down the old Batman where whoever played Catwoman changed depending upon which episode.
Right. Eartha Kitt.
Julie Newmar. Who was the third one? I think she was only in the movie.
Trivia.
The Batman, which is on Netflix. You can watch the Batman movie on Netflix.
A couple of years ago, I showed that to my daughter because she's grown up with, Deadpool and X-Men and Batman. Like, they're all. You should not have a poorly done superhero movie now.
Lee Merriweather.
And I said, this is what we had to watch for superhero movies when I was a kid. And I showed her the scene where the shark's biting Batman on the leg. And
that's so good, though. It's
she's
so
like,
good.
Really, Dad? And I'm like, yeah, that's what they used to do.
All right. So here, okay, you might remember the movie Wanted that was about like the secret society of hitmen or whatever, but it was based on a fantastic graphic novel by Mark Millar called Wanted. Same deal. The whole idea is that what he said that when he was a kid, Mark Millar said that his older brother, when he saw Mark reading comic books, and said to him that he looked him over. He's like, that. The superheroes are real, and they said no, Kabuki Kid does not come with the Batman movie, which I'm upset about, but I can always pick that up. But anyway, what was it? What was I saying? Okay, so Wanted was the whole idea was his brother said to him, superheroes are real. He's like, well, why don't I see him? He's like, well, they all went away into space the year before you were born. You'll never see them. And he was just like, that's why we have these comic books and stuff, so we can remember them. But they said they were going to never come back. And he was like just so distraught that he never got to like meet like Superman and Batman and Green Lantern and all these people, right? So he took that idea and he imagined this world of, what if we lived in a world where not only did the supervillains win, like they all teamed up and they beat every single superhero. They killed every single one. Or if the ones they didn't kill, they brainwashed them into thinking they weren't superheroes anymore. And they also brainwashed and mind-altered everybody on the planet that superheroes were just things that are in comic books and in movies and everything. So the world we live in right now is actually the world where Superman existed, but we have had our minds altered to the point where we just think that it's just comics and pop culture and what have you. And that was the whole premise of the thing. And there's this, like, wonderful thing where, like, basically, like, obviously it's Adam West and Burt Ward, and because, like, it's Mark Millar and it was, like, done for, like, Image Comics or something like that, so it didn't actually, they couldn't actually truthfully have, like, the Joker and what have you in it. But they had, you saw the people and they replicated them really well. And there's a scene where basically the person that's the kind of like the Joker was like finally breaks free. He's like, look, I'm bored. I don't want to rule the world anymore. I want to go back to being a bad guy and killing people and what have you. And so there's a scene where he actually has, like, Adam West and Burt Ward, who really were Batman and Robin, but he's got him in, like, some, like, death trap, and he's like, can you honestly believe I was actually scared of you once? I used to piss my pants when you'd break down the door to my hideout, and look at you now. You're a fat, overweight actor. And he's like, look, I don't know what you're talking about. We were never Batman and Robin. You're insane. You know, it's like, but they, like, really were truly Batman and Robin. They were Bruce Wayne and what have you. It's like, yeah, so it's like
super meta.
Yeah, and there's this really cool scene where basically the whole premise is the same thing, that, like, basically one of the biggest, baddest supervillains of all time, like this assassin, he gets killed, and so when he died, he wanted his son to take over for him, and, like, his son has no idea. Like, basically he lives, like, just like everybody else. He doesn't think that superheroes are real. And so basically one of the supervillain, the person who played by Angelina Jolie in the horrible movie, she finds him and brings him into the society and teaches him that, yes, you were a superhero, and she starts training him, and, like, you're going to find out who killed your dad, kind of thing. And as they're training, one of the people that he is learning from is, like, the Lex Luthor-esque character. And he's like, you know, it's like, so what did you do? He's like, well, we won the war. We killed them all off. We never really, all the supervillains never banded together, but we finally did, and we managed to get them all. And he's like, and then we wiped everything clean. We destroyed anything that ever even closely resembled anything that could prove that they existed. We destroyed. And he's like, everything? He's like, well, almost everything. And then there's this wonderful scene, like, you know, where he actually, like, opens up this vault door that opens up another vault door that opens up yet another vault door, and he opens it up, and he's looking in there, and he's like, is that really what I'm seeing? He's like, yep, it is. It's like, after it was all done, I saw it there, flapping in the breeze. I knew I was supposed to destroy it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Nobody else knows I have this, so I'm trusting you with this secret. And then they turn around and walk away, and all you can see in the bottom panel is, like, the flapping of a red frayed cape. Yeah, just, like, sitting there. He's like, is that really? Yeah, it's obviously. Awesome. Yeah, it's obviously. Yeah, it's well worth the read. If you can find it on Amazon for nothing. You know,
how much of the premise? Because I remember when the movie came out and seeing the commercials and whatnot. I mean, the premise sounds so cool, but I don't really remember getting any of that premise from.
No. The whole idea, the only premise they took was there was a secret society of, like, these secret assassins, basically. That's all they took from it. The graphic novel actually goes way further into you can get it for $12 Prime on the old Amazon right now. Well worth it. Fantastic art, a great story. So definitely worth reading. So
two things: you want a really good book by Mark Millar, Nemesis.
Yep, read it.
Awesome, awesome. And another thing, speaking of the Batman and Robin, I was in a drugstore, this is like 20 years ago, and you know how kids want to wear their Halloween costume nonstop? Well, there's this little, like, 4-year-old kid dressed up as Robin with his mom, and I looked down at him, I go, "Hey, kid." He's like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm Batman." And he was just like, "Oh my God, Mom, that's Batman, that's Batman." She's like, "Thanks, mister, thanks a lot."
Nah.
It's like, oh well.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yes, Nemesis. There's talk that that's supposed to be made into a movie, which would be really good because it's one of the few stories that's actually told from the villain's point of view, and it's like, wow, that's awesome.
There was a, oh man, I can't even remember now. There was a. Now I gotta think of it so I can actually look at it again, and I have it. All my graphic novels are packed away in boxes because they don't have space for them right now, unless I somehow get a 5,000 square foot manor like Keith Collins, or like I somehow like pare down my belongings because board games take up all my shelves now. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I gotta remember the name of this comic book.
All right. So, Barry, you only used about 2 of your 10 minutes. What else do you want to say?
Oh, I don't know.
What's with the big green dye behind you by your air conditioner? What's that
Oh,
about?
my wife gave it to me for Christmas. It's just more junk.
My wife gave me a jar with some fluid and 2 shriveled grapes, and she goes, "I thought I'd give these back to you." I was like, "Oh, snap." That'd be a funny novelty gift. They could sell those.
Sure, somebody
Little dried up raisins in a jar saying, "Your wife wanted you to have these." Be a man. Anyway,
So what have you been up to?
Pardon?
What have you been up to?
Just work. They have mandatory overtime, so I have to work 6 days a week. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I got a game in the mail today, Lords of Rock or something like that. I'm going to be reviewing. I think their Kickstarter starts soon. And anyone watching, I apologize because I had a crazy spring and I got way behind on reviews. So I'm slowly getting caught up. I've done I think 9 in the last 2 weeks now, so I'm getting back into the game, which is nice. I missed Origins, which I really wanted to go to with Daryl and Dave, but again, work wouldn't give me the time off. So next year, I'll have all my holiday time worked up, and then I can actually go to a couple conventions, so that'll be good.
It's called Empire. It was by Mark Waid. It was basically the megalomaniac person by the name of Golgoth, basically over 2 decades warred with every single superhero on the planet and killed them all, and now controls the world, and basically he starts to become disenfranchised with basically humanity and his own humanity for that matter, and it's basically ruling the world, and it deals with the tediousness of being a person that runs the world, and when you don't have anybody left to fight, and he almost to the point where the conquest was more important to him than actually winning. And so he doesn't have anything left to do. So it's actually it's a pretty good look at that whole process.
Yeah, wow, this sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it is. Once again, it came out back in early to mid 2000s. So you can probably find it on the cheap somewhere.
Yeah, because I always wondered the same thing about the Terminator movies. It's always about the fight. But if the robots win, what are they going to do? Just emulate humans? Oh, I have to make coffee now. Oh, I got to vacuum my rug. What are they going to do when they kill us all? Nothing?
Yeah. What's the end game?
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I realize I haven't talked about Rick and Morty yet, and I always end up talking about Rick and Morty. But when Rick actually goes to the trouble of making a robot just to butter his toast, and it's just like it's like what is my task? Butter my toast. And he's just like, it's like, so he butters his toast, and he's like, what is my task? You just did it. Oh. Just like, he realizes that his only purpose of existence is to butter his toast, and he just did it, and now he's done. Just like there's no other reason for him to be around. It was very Mr. Meeseeks-esque in a way. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. So good.
Well, when I'm on my deathbed, I want to be like, well, I did some stuff. I just didn't butter toast all my life.
Yeah, there you go. If you ever, if we're talking about graphic novels, Red Sun, Redson, a great Elseworlds, and I thought, DC did such a great job with Elseworlds, like what if, like the whole idea of like what if somebody would
wow. Yeah, this looks cool.
Like put it like there's like what if Batman's parents had lived, kind of thing, that kind of thing. Well, Elseworlds for Red Sun was what if Superman landed in Russia, in the Soviet Union instead of the United States, and so
this is like alternate history of a fictional universe.
There you go, and it really makes Lex Luthor the good guy. Which has been played with a lot in some other things, but in this one, it's really.
I'm sure in Russia that's how they say it really happened. In America, the comics.
Yeah. No, there's like this really great moment where like Superman has actually like Brainiac came, like Superman defeated Brainiac pretty easily, and now he's like using Brainiac as like his servant kind of thing. It's weird, and there's this moment where Lex Luthor shows up to talk to Superman, and like he starts talking to him, and all of a sudden Brainiac grabs him and takes him away, like literally like puts a clamp over his mouth and closes him in a cage so he can't do anything. And Superman like looks at Brainiac. He's like Brainiac, he can't hurt me. I took away the kryptonite. What are you doing? And he says he's a level 24 intelligence. He would have convinced you to commit suicide in 13 seconds if I'd let him. Yeah, just like it was just like one of those great things. I love little lines like that. If you ever read the Kingdom Come comics, which were really good as far as like putting the like what if Batman is 60 and everybody else and kind of the superheroes have kind of the older superheroes have kind of left and they've let the younger superheroes kind of take over, but they're not doing a very good job of it. And like Superman shows up, he's going to come back and he's bringing back all the other old superheroes. They're going to kind of like put things right, if you will. And he goes to talk to Bruce Wayne, and he's in like Wayne Manor's been destroyed. He's still in the Batcave, but he has like all these Batman robots that are all over Gotham City, and he's like watching all of them on his computer, and he's telling each one to do, and he's watching what they can see and everything like that the entire time. When Superman shows up and he's talking to him and he's asking him to join him over and over again. And after like the third or fourth time he asks Bruce Wayne to join him, he's like, you know what, Clark, for a guy who can hear clouds scrape against each other, you really don't know how to listen. But I always love that. You can hear clouds scrape together, but you can't listen to me right now. Sometimes you can have somebody who can write really, really well for certain graphic novels, and one of the best graphic novels I ever read, and I probably have told this story before, but there was a graphic novel, and like I can't remember the name of it, and I'll never be able to remember the story behind it, but the whole thing was that there was a yes you have a forearm, good, Tyler.
No, Watchmen.
Watchmen, everybody knows about this. There was this graphic novel that was all about this boy who is the second coming of Jesus Christ, and that's what everybody because at a young age he started to hear God talking to him. Nobody else could hear it, so they thought he was nuts. But then the next door his next door neighbor's dog gets run over, and he runs over and he puts his hands on it and he brings the dog back to life. And then people start believing in him, and then he starts like talking about that and everybody believes he is like the Messiah and all these things, and they start readily following him, and one of the last people to finally believe in him is actually like the local priest. He's like you're not Jesus Christ. He's like, and then he says, and the whole thing is that like he's being interviewed like as an adult, and he's talking about when it's his childhood, and so then they say, it's like, and then he gets word that God speaks to him, and he says, I'm coming for you, my son. I'm going to. Your time is now. You are needed. And so then everybody, he waits, and he says, I'm going to send somebody to get you, and they're going to bring you to me, and so like basically like a limo shows up, and like he gets in the limo and he leaves, and then they kind of cut away to the interview again, and then like you see outside, like there's like this big huge crowd outside, and people are holding up these signs like the end is near, and it's like repent now and all these things, and he's like, well, I suppose it's about time. He's like, the battle to end all battles is ready to begin, and the woman, she's like, well, are you ever like upset over what's expected of you right now? And he's like, well, no. He's like, it's like I didn't know what to expect when I drove away to meet my father, and then he says, it's like, and I believe you me, like I was as surprised as anyone that the first thing he did was rape me for 8 hours. He's like, but I guess that was his way to let me know that like that I shouldn't expect any special treatment. And basically the whole thing is he's the son of the devil. He's actually the Antichrist. And then like the whole thing was like basically he's actually going to go fight the real Jesus and like for the fate of the world. And like you're just like the graphic novel, like it totally suckers you in the entire way. And you're like, oh, and he's like, what are you going to do when you meet Jesus? He's like, well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask him if he hates his dad as much as I hate mine. It's like, wow. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the graphic novel to save my life, though. I've dug through my piles and I have to try to find it to read it again, but I can't. I was like, when I read that, I was like, this needs to be a movie. It would totally sucker people in, and they would buy into it. But yeah, who knows? It's one of those things. Barry, shut up.
Yeah.
You should read more comic books, Barry.
Yeah, I could. I got time.
Yeah, you do.
Earlier we were talking about Cthulhu and Hellboy. Mike Mignola, the guy who did Hellboy, did a standalone Batman book years ago called Gotham by Gaslight.
Yep, great stuff.
Place where he's fighting Jack the Ripper, who, spoilers, ends up being one of his relatives. And yeah, great book. Great book.
Most of the Elseworlds Batman stuff is really well done. Just because it just plays against the, because everybody knows the Batman, origin, so it's I don't know, it does it. Batman's like my number one. He'll always be my number one. People want to argue that he isn't cool, but that's fine. I know he's cool.
You wonder why DC doesn't take some of that material and develop it for film. Rather than try to out-Marvel, just kind of go a different direction.
Well, even Marvel is screwing up now. I guess the Captain America movies have been good.
Yeah.
That's the one they haven't screwed up yet. And we've said this before, the latest Captain America is definitely more Avengers 2.5 than anything. Yeah. But that last Avengers movie was horrible. It's just more of the same. It wasn't good. Well, no, it was less of the same. They took Black Widow and made her powerless. They made her a damsel in distress. And before, like it or not, she was like Yeah, in my opinion, it was a little ridiculous to like see Thor swinging his hammer and Hulk ripping things apart and Captain America doing Captain America things, and then you saw Black Widow pulling out her little gun, bang, bang, bang. It didn't really work well.
Judo chop.
Yeah. So I mean, but at the very least, like she held her own. I mean, she really, nobody ever like saw it and thought. Oh, well, she doesn't belong here, but then they went to the next one and they basically made her into, her whole job was to make sure the Hulk calmed down by touching his hand. I mean, that was like the long and short, and then she gets captured almost immediately, and then she's like the weird damsel. They totally threw away Ultron as a bad guy, and that's something I've always said, and I'll say again, you have to stop killing the bad guys.
Yeah.
You capture them, you put them somewhere, because then you can bring them back later, and that's the whole point. You don't kill Lex Luthor. You don't kill Dr. Octopus. That just bothers me when they do that stuff. The Captain America movie did Spider-Man perfectly. I mean, he was just done. I mean, everybody cheered when he shows up on the screen, obviously. You're just like, like everybody, like metaphysical high fives to everyone, when he showed up being Spider-Man. Prattling constantly while fighting. As they heave something heavy at him, he just slings a rib. Hey, you dropped this! Throws it right back at him.
Now, speaking of not killing the villains, I would have loved it if in Captain America 2, Robert Redford ended up being Red Skull, because that would have made cool sense.
All right, hold on a second. I apparently missed something. Paul, retail. What you do? What is he saying? Something Savage, Red Robin, Terminator, Chosen. No, that's my. It was called Chosen, then is retitled American Jesus. Okay, fine. You remembered it. I didn't. Damn it, Lance! I'm telling you what it is. Chosen, American Jesus. Pay attention. Oh, Paul, you hurt my feelings. I'm not a chump. Come on.
We are.
The Wolverine movies are horrible now. Deadpool was fine for what it was, but it wasn't really. I don't know. It was just kind of like, how goofball can we just be?
Well, I think people gravitated toward it because it was something different.
Well, look at Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, that was like, it came out and everybody was just like, "What the hell is this?" And everybody went to it and they're like, "This was awesome."
Yeah.
It was just so well done. It made the two people you cared about the most were CGI.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean, I remember I took my daughter to that, and she was like, "What's this movie about?" And I was like, "It's about a comic book I used to read that I loved. I really hope they do well." And the thing is, there's tons of little hidden jokes in that too. Like when they're doing the when they're doing the like the people after they arrest everybody, and so and like he's the Star Lord or whatever. I forget what it says. It says like aliases off to the side. And it says like Starman or something like that. So they even get his alias wrong on the side. Space Lord is what they said. No, I think that's what it was, if I remember correctly. Ant-Man was good. It was just, that was just it forgot its own laws of physics a few times, but Ant-Man was a good movie. Definitely better than the Avengers 2. Even the Iron Man movies have gotten to suck. Honestly.
Well, yeah.
Well, now that Captain is actually an agent of Hydra, and the new Iron Man is going to be a young...
The second comic book dispelled that entirely. So.
Yeah. And the new Iron Man's going to be a young black female, so they're just changing everything.
Well, you know what? The best line, and I remember I went to Avengers, Captain America 3 or whatever, and like the line that still resonated for me. I'm assuming all of you have seen it, but the line that resonated with me with that was like when he was when Captain America is fighting Iron Man, and he's just like, he wasn't himself or everything. He just says, "I don't care. He killed my mom." You know, it was just like, I mean, and you realize that line is just like, he's like, "No, sorry, he has to pay." You know, it was just it was a great moment. And then if you
That was a great scene.
Yeah, if you, I don't care. He killed my mom. You know, and just like, yeah, it was a good moment of the three of those guys just hammering away at each other.
Well, that's it. So you get some of the most powerful moments when they can actually have these characters play against type. You know, and I mean that's one of the reasons why that movie works so well, because they, you know, set up scenarios where through much of the movie these characters were playing against type, pitted against each other, and so on.
Yeah, totally. Daredevil was okay, Paul. Jessica Jones was just like, it was good for like 8 episodes, then it just kind of spiraled out. Once again, why do you kill the bad guy? Why do you kill the Purple Man? The Purple Man, David Tennant owned that, and I'm speaking as a guy who has never seen him in Doctor Who at all. I don't like Doctor Who. I'm never going to watch Doctor Who, but he played that role perfectly. You don't kill the person that's playing that role perfectly. You keep that person in your back pocket. You lock them up. You have them come back in season 4 of the show.
This is what ruined Batman v Superman. So right there.
Yeah, I mean it's so ridiculous. You know, I mean, Daredevil season 1 was amazing. Season 2 wasn't as good. You know, and once again, these are just this dude's opinion. Season 2 wasn't as good, but it still was very, very fun to watch. I did like. I liked how Stick took care of the ninja at the end. You know, just like, you know, just basically like nope, you don't get to come back from the dead again. Sorry, adios. You know, it had some good signature moments, but it was ultimately kind of forgettable too. And plus, as cool as it was to see the Punisher, I mean, thank you, Paul. My opinion's wrong. You know, as cool as it was to see the Punisher, it was really stupid for him to even be up there. So like, oh, I'm just gonna show up here with my Punisher shirt on. I'm gonna sniper like 5 ninjas, and then I'm going to nod at the Daredevil, who is blind and who is also 7 city blocks away, because he can somehow see me. Hold on, I have somebody who wants to talk to me.
That's an awesome shirt.
Yeah, that's she actually picked that when like she was going to a sleepover at her grandparents' house, and like she picked the Jaws one over everyone else because she knows I like Jaws.
I just did a video today where I asked anyone who has the old Jaws game to send it to me.
What? Well, I will come check on you in a little bit. Go. Are you not watching movies or anything, are you? Well, you need to put that away, and you need to get some sleep. Your mother's gonna be mad as heck at me. It's 12:30 at night, honey. Summer. No, you mean the old Jaws with like the mouth? And
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I own that. No way you're getting mine. I used to put extra stuff in it to hold it down. Like I would find other things that I could use to climb out, to pull out of there, like other things, because I always wanted it to be like heavier and tougher to do.
I did a classic review today for Jack Straws, which is the fancy pickup sticks. It's an old game from the 60s, and at the end of it, I'm like, if anyone has Jaws, email me. I'd love to get that game.
You could find it on eBay for cheap, I'm sure.
I saw it at a toy show. A guy wanted like $50. I was like, what? No. What were you talking about there? Movies, bad guys, something. Oh, Punisher. Yeah, see, the only thing I loved how he played the Punisher, I just thought the whole thing with the Kingpin, it's like, hey, Punisher's not that stupid. Like, he just played him a little dumber than Punisher is in the comics, I thought.
Well, plus he had a southern accent, which didn't fit at all. So, I mean, you know, for like a guy who lived in New York, but regardless, I mean, I don't know.
Well, compared to other versions of the Punisher, I like how he did it.
He did a good job, I'll fully admit. You know, I did not hate the and I'm Dolph Lundgren version. No, I did not hate.
Oh, I forgot about that. Crap. Oh man.
I actually thought that the first Punisher movie wasn't horrible. They let Travolta go crazy with his bad guy, which was kind of neat, and he did an okay job. I can't even think of the actor's name offhand now. Thomas Jane.
Mm.
I thought he did a pretty good job as the guy. I will say that I think that like better than the actual that movie was the short that Thomas Jane did that you can find on YouTube if you haven't watched that. I strongly suggest you do.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's just basically like Laundry Day, I think is what it's called, and it is basically like the Punisher doing his laundry one day, and Thomas Jane is just like he's at the laundromat and he's going through the whole process, and there's some like gangbanger outside who is like accosting people and what have you, and Thomas Jane goes across the street and gets a I can't think of the guy's name, but the guy who played Hellboy is the guy that is running the liquor store or whatever, and he comes out and he buys a bottle of Jack Daniels, and he comes back out and he beats the hell out of everybody with the bottle. Yeah, it's well worth. It's like what, about 10 minutes long, I suppose.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, and basically he did it as kind of like his, because he really, really wanted to do the next movie, but he couldn't. But like he couldn't get like the script. He just didn't like what they wanted to do with it, and so he finally just washed his hands of it, and he was like, well, that's fine. Go ahead and do it. Now here's the big question: do you think? What are the chances that Suicide Squad will be any good?
I think it will be entertaining. It'll be one of those summer just shut down your brain and have fun movies. I don't think it's going to be anything like, holy crap, that was awesome, but I think it'll be fun and entertaining. And I'm really curious to see what the villain is, because in the trailers you kind of get a feel that there's like some pathogen that's mutated people, and they're going in to clean it up, because the samurai girl like cuts off someone's head and it's got like eyes all over it, and then you see one scene where someone's like shooting out like long stringy arms or something. So yeah, something weird has happened, and they're going in to clean up the city, I think.
Well, I had read that they went back and did a lot of pickup shots to add more humor, and I'm trying to figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And that was after Deadpool.
And I figure Batman's probably going to be in it for like 5 minutes right at the end. And
well, no, it's going to be from what I understand, it's just a I don't know, don't quote me on this, but my understanding or my what people have said is that it's a Harley Quinn moment. Basically like because it's like she's driving around in her special pink car or whatever. And doing her thing. I mean, the thing is that there's so many people on that team that like nobody cares about that you just know they're slated for death.
Oh yeah, they'll be wearing the red shirts.
Yeah, it's just like I'll fully admit that the dude they got playing the Joker seems to be relishing in it, and he's not trying to be. What's his face? He's
Ledger.
Yeah, he's taking it in his own direction, which, good. He's gonna just be his own.
I think you got to go a completely different direction with it. You can't try to imitate Heath Ledger's performance.
No.
Well, there's the whole theory online that he's actually the Jason Todd version of the Joker, and with the stuff that they've shown, it makes kind of sense. So.
Yeah, but not enough people know the Jason Todd Joker. I mean, it's just like, I suppose they could do it, but it'd be so out of left field, you know. And plus, obviously, like all the scenes you've seen show Harley Quinn like recognizing him as the Joker, so it'd be really, yeah, it would be really tough for them to pull that off. I don't know. The thing is
we'll
that
have to wait 3 weeks and see.
Yeah, the thing is that what bothers me is that I wish they would just do some cohesion, you know, with the DC universe, you know, and just it's almost like they have to. I read a thing about it. They said that one of the things that they have to do is they have to nuke the whole thing, and then just start building it from scratch again. And the number one thing they have to do is not make a Batman movie for like 5 years.
Yeah.
It's their Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they said you don't make a Batman movie. You don't do it because he's your ace in your pocket. You know you'll make money off of it, but you just need to leave it alone, and you need to not touch it, and you need to just build up your base. You need to find somebody that makes a really good Green Lantern movie, and which is tough to do because his power ring is just almost too powerful.
Right.
So you have to but that Green Lantern movie was so bad.
But as bad as that whole movie was, I thought Mark Strong did an awesome job as Sinestro.
He did a perfect job as Sinestro.
So good.
But the thing is that and Mark Strong's an amazing actor. He's been amazing in every bad guy role that he's ever had. But the thing about and for that matter, he was really, really good in as a good guy in The Kingsman.
Yeah. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, I think.
Also very good in that movie as well. But Green Lantern isn't goofy. It's just kind of like Hal Jordan may be a little was like he was a test pilot, but he was never overly like flippant. He wasn't I don't know. It bothered me. I would love to see if you're a vintage classic comics. I would love to see you couldn't do it just because it wouldn't sell. It wouldn't be interesting enough. But the kind of like the walkabout road movie that would be Oliver Queen and Hal Jordan for the comics. What was it, 86?
Yeah, when they teamed up for a while there.
They teamed up and basically they went driving across America and just kind of like finding themselves, having discussions about and then finding themselves in situations where they were doing the right thing, and they were having arguments about like, you know, morality and you know, like, you know, Oliver Queen, the belief of like, you know, the ends justify the means kind of thing, and
right.
How, you know, and so that was a, you know, a great series of comics that they Green Lantern did, but I mean they'll never do that. But I mean the thing is that if you want to make a Justice League movie, I mean you need to make all of them characters that you care about, and the problem is you're kind of limited because some of the powers just don't relate really well to a movie. I mean, like I said, the Power Ring, Flash. I mean, it just, you could kind of do the Flash, but I mean,
Aquaman.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Aquaman.
He swims where he pees.
Yeah. The classic. I don't know. Do you guys ever remember watching Dr. Katz? Classical cartoon on Adult Swim with the squiggle vision. Look it up, and Dr. Katz is amazing. But like, basically, Dr. Katz was played by a stand-up comedian, which I can't remember his name, and then like he was a psychiatrist on the cartoon show, and then other other stand-up comics would be in there basically doing their shtick, and then they would tell him. But one of the guys, I forget what the comedian was. He was just like, yeah, he can talk to fish. That's his special power. He's like, but you forget they're fish. So it's like, Aquaman swims up to a fish. He's like, yeah, it's like, hey fish, hey Aquaman, yeah, the sub pirates that stole that stole the Statue of Liberty. I think they came this way. Did you see them? Hi Aquaman. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Aquaman just doesn't work as a hero, which is weird because the comic book's great.
Yep.
Really well written. But yeah, it wouldn't. Would not work.
Well, and other than being in the Caribbean, I mean, what water are you going to be in where you can actually see more than like 3 feet?
Right.
It's all dirty and
Not going to be the Atlantic.
yeah, like it's just dumb. Just keep making Batman movies. Just make them and make them and make them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the best thing. Well, see, but the Flash has like, his Rogues Gallery is awesome. I mean, you can make fun of for Captain Cold and Captain Boomerang, but if you actually like read about their backstories and stuff like that, they're kind of goofball for like their powers and abilities, but they're actually really cool. I mean, Captain Cold's got a really weird sense of duty, and like has a very strict code of ethics kind of thing. You know, that he demands that his like the rogues follow. Of course, I mean, they have guys like the Mirror Master and the Living Laser and stuff like that, or whatever in his group. So they are kind of like a joke, but they were really well done. I don't know. It's tough, and I don't think DC just translates well. I mean, like you said, maybe they just make a bunch of Batman movies and just keep churning them out because that's the bread and butter. Nobody wants to watch a Superman movie. You know, honestly, it's like,
well, and Superman Returns, after you shoot a guy in the eyeball and a bullet falls off, like, really, what are you gonna do?
A very cool scene.
Yeah, cool scene, but it's like, what? Like, are you gonna like spit on him or something, or hurl insults? Like, oh, that'll give him a complex.
And that's the whole thing is like, he can be hurt by kryptonite. That's his thing. That's his only thing. You know, and well, that and magic. So, but they don't really touch on magic. Speaking of which, Doctor Strange looks amazing.
It actually does look cool. I think it'll be a nice twist off for them. I really hope that. I know there was talk a couple weeks ago on them changing the name of Infinity Wars, like 1 and 2 or whatever it's called, the Infinity Gauntlet 1 and 2. Because of the whole Captain America and how well it's doing and how bad Avengers did, they're like, okay, we got to like change this a bit. But I really hope everything comes to a head and they like blow it out of the sky.
I think they've already, I mean, they've hinted that Doctor Strange will be in the next Avengers.
Cool. Benedict Cumberbatch is a very good actor.
He is.
I'll be curious.
Also good in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Yeah, I just don't know about the American accent. You know, I mean, he's done an American accent before and it wasn't particularly good. So I'm hoping that.
Yeah, I just watched Black Mass the other day.
Yeah,
and his accent kind of sucked in that.
Kind of went in and out.
Yeah.
He was very good in. He's very good at Sherlock.
Oh yes, I will watch Sherlock any day over the week over Elementary.
But again, you're talking about, you know, don't ever kill the bad guy. You know, I mean, how many ways can they bring Moriarty back?
True.
That is true. Somebody said that Black Panther's cool. Black Panther is cool, and they did him well.
I thought they did him well.
The one thing they did well in Avengers 2 was never mind. I'm an idiot.
Civil Wars.
So like, they did everything well in that one. I mean, even like.
Ant-Man was awesome. When he became Giant Man, I was like, that was so good.
Yeah, that
what was
pretty
so cool about that is I knew that was going to happen. Like everybody, that was like the big spoiler, and I knew it was going to happen because my son is signed up for the Lego club.
Yes, I saw that. I was like,
really?
Spoilers.
And then
Let me go spoilers.
Yeah, and then on the set for the big fight at the airport. They said special Giant Man figure included.
Yeah.
And I was like, Giant Man showing up at the airport. I was just like, that's pretty cool. That was a good line too. Does anybody else have any super secret powers that on our team that I didn't know? But it just Civil War was cool. I mean, it was just they did it well, and it truly made it like you didn't know, like it wasn't like you could say, that Iron Man was right or Captain America was right. I actually found myself siding with Iron Man on it. You know,
Well,
it was
that's like the scene you were talking about earlier, where it was really kind of a big reveal to learn that Captain America was, well, Bucky Barnes was behind the death of.
And then Captain America knew about it and didn't say.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, and he's supposed to be super honorable and would never.
Yep. Right.
And he's just like, but it makes Captain America a little more human, though.
More human, yeah.
Well, I think what the Russo brothers did that was smart was kind of like Nolan did with The Dark Knight. You don't make it a superhero movie. You make it a good story-based movie, and it's got superheroes in it instead of just fighting and da-da-da, oh, look, we got powers. Because that's what the Avengers movies were doing. They actually said, hey, let's have a good, solid story and just go from there.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, the second Captain America movie is still the best movie, in my opinion.
I agree.
And just they did that.
That's a political thriller with some superhero elements layered on top of it.
Yep. And I thought that also. I mean, and the first Iron Man is pretty amazing too.
Yeah.
Just because he hit every note Tony Stark should hit with that movie. I mean, it was just like he was Tony Stark. Just that whole line of "It's the way my dad did it. It's the way USA does it. It's worked before." Just like the giant mushroom cloud missile weapon or something. And to speak about Fantastic Four, yes, they will never, ever, ever, ever manage to make a decent Fantastic Four movie. I'm convinced. Is it because The Thing? I mean, you'd think they could do The Thing now with CGI because they did Colossus fairly well with CGI on Deadpool, and like he was actually like pretty well done. So and I don't know. I think they'll do okay with it. I don't know, but I mean the Fantastic Four. It's like you can't keep reinventing them. You can't, and it's just like you're at the point now where it's like you've done what 2 reboots already, and you're gonna have to do a third one.
Which they will.
Well, and you would be better off. It's kind of like the whole Batman thing. You're better off not going through a reboot for it, or to explain how he got his powers, which is what they're going to do with. Yeah. I understand, like with Spider-Man, they're not going to go through. He got bit by a radioactive spider. They're just not even going to bother. He's just 16 years old or 15 years old, and he's in high school, and he's Spider-Man. And that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, we don't need an origin story for the Fantastic Four.
No, we don't, because the origin thing is dumb, because the fact is they used a spaceship when they weren't supposed to, and they got hit with cosmic radiation, which is dumb. We can all agree that it's dumb, and try to come up with some alternate way that they got their powers, so we can buy into it. Well, it's already a superhero movie. We don't need to buy into it.
The fact that we've paid and are sitting in the seat, we've kind of crossed the threshold, as it were.
And it really does come down to whether or not they do the thing right. I mean, honestly.
Well, yeah. And that's, I mean, two of the more iconic characters in Marvel's stable, Johnny Storm and the Thing, and they can't get them right.
Well, or do you mean Johnny Storm or Captain America? Because they're the same guy.
No, they were in the original version, and I actually thought he was pretty good.
He was. I mean, and that's credit to Evans as far as being as an actor.
Yep.
It's just not a good team. I mean, it just isn't. I mean, because the Thing has to be the ever-loving blue-eyed Thing. I mean, that's just he has, and just
it's clobbering time.
Yeah, exactly. Sadly, the Invisible Woman, she just, I mean, you don't really have a lot to build off of there.
No.
And Reed Richards is boring because he's like, oh, I'm so smart and I can't ever get on my own head because I'm so smart. And plus his power is really lame. Yeah. I'm a stretchy man. It's like just.
I don't mean to poke the bear, but pardon my French, but Ghost Rider, both of them were pretty shitty.
Well, yeah. I never saw the second one. I never subjected myself. I was really hoping.
One of my favorite comic books growing up, actually. I loved Ghost Rider, but the movies,
And,
Yeah,
and
it
you,
goes-
you always pictured Nicolas Cage in that role, right?
Yeah, true.
Well, you got to remember. I mean, Nicolas Cage picked because his name is Nicholas Coppola, and he he changed his name, and the reason why he chose Cage was because he's a comic book fan. He named himself after
Luke Cage? No
Yeah.
kidding. I didn't realize that.
He named his kid Kal-El.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like that big of a comic book fan.
Sounds like he's a DC fan.
Yeah. Well, no, but he named himself after Luke Cage, and I'm looking forward to the Luke Cage Netflix, and I'm looking forward to the Iron Fist, and please,
Iron Fist, I am.
please do a Heroes for Hire. I mean, just who do I have to beg? What do I have to do to get a Heroes for Hire show? Because I would love to see the Heroes for Hire.
The only problem I had in Jessica Jones with Luke Cage is when they're both in the bar and they're kind of drunk, and those 4 or 5 guys come in and they beat them up. It's like, okay, Jessica Jones can pretty much lift a car, but she can't fight off 4 guys when she's had a couple drinks. I was like, what? Come on.
Yeah, her powers came and went as needed. Like, it was definitely like her powers were plot driven as far as her ability to use them successfully, or like her prowess, if you will.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I liked the story. I just didn't like how her character was so like, well, it's like, okay, get over it already.
You don't kill the Purple Man. At the end of that, you don't
Right.
kill the Purple Man. It's just you take away one of the best villains you have. I mean, I don't know. It's just dumb.
Right.
Now, I am looking forward to the remake of The Tick, because
They'll screw that up. They will totally screw that up.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
My
you
younger
already
brother actually has a tick tattoo. So, I
You already
have
had the
like,
perfect guy doing the voice at one point.
I have the original comic series first print still. From like
Ooh,
80s,
whoa, that
70s.
might be worth $1.
Oh yeah, maybe 2.
You got to make sure somebody's willing to give you those $2, of course.
That's true.
You notice now that like you can pretty much get like for a fairly low fee, you can get like Comixology, which will allow you to like read your comics on your tablet or your phone, and like pretty much everything. You'll be a little bit behind the print, so like you'll be like about a month behind. But if you're just getting into it now, wouldn't really matter. And it's tons of graphic novels. It's like, and you can like Comixology will get you a lot of the stuff, like definitely like Dark Horse and some Image and stuff like that, but you have to then also like buy the packages that will get you DC and Marvel, but it's not a lot. You're talking about like $10, $15 a month, and then you can just sit there and read everything if you want to, and you don't have to buy the printed.
How far back do they go? I mean, can you get some of the old stuff?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. I mean, I keep thinking about doing it. I mostly want to do it so I can have access to like all the graphic novels, and just be able to read those, because I know I've missed out on so many cool like Elseworld stories and things like that. So I want to dig out. But yeah, that's definitely something to look at. It looks like it's fairly inexpensive, and like you don't have to then pay. Go to Amazon Prime and pick up graphic novels for $10, $11 a pop. Though my daughter is getting into them now, so I'm like, I end up buying her. Like she likes Harley Quinn and she likes Squirrel Girl. So and who doesn't like Squirrel Girl? The Great Lakes Avengers, baby.
Yeah.
She once didn't she? Yeah, she once defeated Dr. Doom in a battle. Squirrel Girl did, which I think is pretty cool.
She kicked. Never mind.
The guy that the character that one of my favorite things has always been and will be Ambush Bug. I thought Ambush Bug was brilliantly written as far as like that whole madcap villain / superhero or whatever. If you haven't read Ambush Bug, he was great, and I don't think they've really done anything with them after like the mid '90s. He kind of like fell out of a favor. But if you ever wanted to see like basically a character that was just like a complete nutball, it was also insane. very good. He was Deadpool for Deadpool was cool.
Say, he looks a little bit like the Tick with the long antenna.
Yeah. And he was basically he didn't really have powers. He was just completely nuts. He had like completely lost his mind. He could teleport. That was his big thing. And then
his costume is very similar to Kick-Ass, actually.
I didn't even realize that. Now that I'm looking at it, yeah. He was just like I said, like and his comic books were like just completely and totally like had no semblance of any kind of weird plot or anything like that. It was just you could tell like the writers or whatever. It was definitely one of those things where if it was good, it's because they had enough money for the good drugs that month. That was, I don't think they've really done it. Yeah, it says, well, casual
he was in an episode of Batman Brave and the Bold. That's hilarious.
Oh, I have to check that out.
It's a cartoon series from like a year ago or so.
Yeah. He was as a member of the Justice League of Anarchy, which also included Plastic Man, the Creeper, Harley Quinn, Amazing Man, and the Trickster. Yeah. He actually, like, the first time he ever showed up was in one of my favorite comic books was the Legion of Substitute Heroes, which were the these heroes that couldn't make it into the Legion of Superheroes, which is the futuristic superheroes that like were in the future, like they were all like Superboy and things like that. I forget, but they were the ones that couldn't make it into the Legion of superheroes, and like Matter Eater Lad was in them. Before he then like got invited into the Legion of Superheroes, which I don't know. It was I was like Matter Eater Lad.
It says he also was part of the Justice League of Anarchy.
Yes,
which included the Plastic Man, the Creeper, Harley Quinn, Amazing.
I just said that. Where were you 5 seconds ago, Rich?
Trickster.
Yeah, no, good stuff. I love my old comic books though. Now it seems like whenever I read anything new, it's always like I just don't follow it anymore.
Well, the thing is with anything new, it's like big flat spread pages with amazing art, and you have to read like 3 issues to get any story because it's all like a word bubble here and there, and then it's like what? Whereas you read a comic from the 70s, it was story. The art was crap, but it had story to it. And now it's all like every other page is an advertisement because they got to pay for everything. It's just like, I'd rather just read the graphic novel.
Well, not to mention they were 25 cents back then, and $3 today.
Yeah, I never understood people that were able to buy the actual comics.
Yeah.
It was like. Like you said, they're like $2-3 a piece, and yeah, crazy. It didn't make much sense. Did you ever read Normal Man?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Basically, Normal Man was a ripoff kind of the Superman origin. He realizes that. Like he thought that this accountant thought that the world was going to explode, so he put his son in a rocket and let him go off. But then he found out that his planet wasn't going to explode just shortly after or whatever. But anyway, the big thing is that he Normal Man crash lands on a planet that's made up entirely of superpowered people, and he's the only person that doesn't have any powers. And so then he is Normal Man on there, and of course there's like the Superman version of him was Captain Everything, which he basically was like, of course, very dim and stupid, but he had enough power to do anything he wanted. It was It was a fun little satire, if you will. Anyone read Madman? I know. Yes, I did read Madman. Is that the one with the I can picture the character in my head. I give up a day off and work at a comic store to afford comics. That's what Paul Tompkins says. I had a buddy who worked at a comic book store, and he basically worked there so he could get cheap comics, or otherwise he was going to go out. He was just basically going to have no money.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anybody else read any weird comics growing up, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
There was one from like 20 years ago, and I can't remember what the heck, but it was like really weird. And the guy, he had like a spirit of someone in him or something, and the guy, he went into the body of a guy that was going to be in the electric chair and saw all this weird stuff happening. I can't remember what the heck it was. It was a remake, but it was good. It always freaked me out.
For some reason, you just made me remember so Batman, the animated series, went over really well, and so then they did they had a Superman cartoon for a while.
Yep.
Right.
And there was a very, very grim Superman cartoon that actually had this one guy, I forget everything about it. Hold on. He figures out that Clark Kent is Superman, but like he's on death row. And right before they pull the switch is when he figures it out. Like he's like, Clark Kent is Superman, and like he's like saying, he's like, wait, I have some last words, and then like I forget. It was like this is like a cartoon for kids.
Wow.
I was like, I was like, that's really grim. I gotta see if I can Google it up. He reveals Clark Kent's identity. Yeah, I have to remember, but yeah, it was a very weird episode of it, and of course now Paul Tompkins is probably posting away, and I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, Shade the Changing Man. That comic was messed up. That was pretty weird.
You just made me remember one of the absolute best written books that was in the late 90s and 2000s, I think, was Starman, which was Starman was an old golden age superhero, and then it's a story about his son who takes up the mantle of Starman.
Is this related to the movie of the same name, or?
No, not at all. Starman was like basically, Golden Age superheroes always had like some really like screwed up powers. Like it was just like the ideas behind them were really weird. Starman had a rod that like allowed him to absorb star energy that then he could use to fly and shoot lightning bolts and things like that. And then James Robinson, exactly. And and then so basically his son takes up the mantle of Starman to protect Emerald City where they lived, and it's more of a yes, it's about superheroes, but it's more of a story about his life and like the different oh, look at the writer Starman shops at our store. Oh, look at Paul. He's all cool. He's awesome. No, this is horrible. People are going to be like, what is he talking about when they're watching this after the fact? Well, so Paul Tompkins said the writer of Starman shops at our store, and he thinks he's cool because of it. But no, so the premise behind it is that it's more of a character arc of like watching this person kind of mature and go through like all of his whole process of like growing up, being a superhero, not really wanting to be a superhero, and then there's a really cool thing where I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just trying to have fun with you, Paul. You know I love you. Tim Baker said, "What store do you work at?" "Oh, I work at James Robinson's company." That's what, no. So, and it's about I can't remember his name. What was his name? Paul. What was Starman's name? His son. Kyle was his older brother, but I can't remember his name. He's not answering me. Anyway, so it's more of like I said, a story arc of him and just like everything that he does, and it actually is one of the rare things that like basically said that we have like 100 issues we're gonna do or whatever, and they did the complete run and they did it very, very well, and it has a very, very good beginning of where they started, and then an end as well as like it ended perfectly, as far as the story arc for the character, without killing everybody off, and just end of the world type stuff, and did a very good job, and like basically he retires as Starman. I won't tell you the basics behind it, but and passes the mantle on and does a very, very good job with it. So if you can pick up, I think they have an omnibus version of it, but you can pick Jack Knight. Thank you. You can pick up all of the graphic novels, and for that matter, Dial H for Hitman. That is also incredibly well written by Garth Ennis, the guy who had a great run on Punisher, about a guy that basically got the superpowers of he was a hitman, but then he got the powers of he could read minds and something else. I forget what, but
She became my mom?
no. Hitman. It was. What was it? Gosh darn it! No, it wasn't Dial H. I think it was just called Hitman. It was just called.
You guys are geeking out about comics too much tonight.
You shut your.
It's all comics and movies.
It's all
Board
comics.
games? What?
It's all comics. What is this? What is this channel turned into? Come on.
Oh, look, everybody! It's the $78 million man. Let's see.
78. I thought it was 79.
Telepathy and X-ray vision were his powers. So he could see through walls and he could read minds. And so then he'd always he'd be fighting a bunch of guys, and he'd have his gun out or whatever, and he'd get a guy and he'd sit there and the guy would say, please don't kill me, I'll never say anything, and everything. He'd read his mind. He's like, please just put your gun down, I'm gonna grab my gun and I'm gonna shoot you in the face. And so then he'd just shoot the guy anyway. But yeah, so it was and it was also Garth Ennis, and so he of course puts in his own little comments on society and his satire as well.
Preacher-esque.
Very, very much preacher-esque. So definitely worth a reading, and good stuff. Well worth picking up as well.
Yeah, DC needs to. They need to develop some of these second-tier properties.
Well, that's just it. I mean, to draw a parallel to wrestling, nobody cares about the. I always found that nobody cared really about the World Heavyweight Championship. It was always the Intercontinental Championship that had the best bouts. The
best storylines.
The up and comers, and they actually were trying hard. Once they got to that level where you were wrestling for the belt all the time, nobody cared. Wouldn't you agree, Aldi? The $78 million?
Yeah, of course. Whatever you say, Lance.
How you doing?
You're the master of the comic book. I mean,
how are you, Scott? What's new?
Nothing. Just worrying about Gen Con.
Why are you worried about Gen Con?
Oh, I'll get in a later time.
Why?
There's some shit.
Are they taking your booth away?
There's some shit going down, but whatever. We'll figure it out. No.
Well, you can't drop that bomb. What are you talking about?
I'm dropping the bomb, but I'm not telling you why. Tyler's like, what could it be? No, whatever. It's just pain in the ass shit.
Like what?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna until it's a real problem. I'm not gonna say. It's a problem for me as of yesterday, and then we'll see what happens. That's all.
All right.
It's 2:20 in the morning here.
Oh my God.
It's been
Did
nice
I-
to chat.
Oh, it's too late. Came in too late. Missed all the good stuff.
No, you didn't.
Aw.
It was nice to meet you, Mr. Lucas.
Good to meet you as well.
I look forward to checking out your game. And Scott, good luck with Gen Con. And Lance, always a pleasure, my friend.
Yes. Get some sleep there, buddy. Hey, Aldi.
Yeah.
I got a game for you to go back.
Yeah.
Back Rick's game, Hipsters and Hamsters.
We are advertising on BoardGameGeek.
Thank you very much.
So now you get to pay him back by backing his game.
Well,
I was just looking at the metrics earlier today. I mean, it's been a great platform for us.
what's the story behind the name? Did you guys cover that already, or?
No, we actually kind of started with the name, and then the game grew up around the name. Yeah, it's one of those things. Where does any of this stuff come from? I mean, half the stuff I do, I couldn't tell you where it comes from. But yeah, I know I guess started as hippies and hamsters. You know, that was the kernel of the idea, and my son was actually the one that suggested hipsters.
Okay.
And you know, and I mean that. As soon as I heard that, I knew that was what it had to be. And then so it just kind of started with those two personality types, and then the game kind of grew out of that.
Yeah.
I backed it.
That was quick. Thank you, sir.
I mean, I back a lot of stuff. I mean,
I see it.
It's we're in a weird world right now with probably 10 to 20 games coming out per day.
Yeah.
And it's a little hard to keep up with the whole release schedule and stuff. So
I mean, unless you're kind of one of the big established players, I think that's the challenge right now with Kickstarter is how do you break through the noise?
How do you differentiate between?
Well, even with marketing and advertising, because everybody's doing that now too. So it's getting tough. It is. I developed for the App Store, and it's the parallels between the App Store and Kickstarter are uncanny. I mean, how they both started out as platforms that were almost exclusively geared toward the indie. And then once they started getting some traction, some of the bigger players moved in, and the marketing dollars moved in, and it's tough. It's tough now.
Yeah. Are you going to Gen Con, or do you have a booth at Gen Con, or are you just?
Unfortunately, I have a family vacay that week, so I will be in Colorado that week. But otherwise, I would be there.
I wonder if conventions are the best place for this stuff, right? Like, because if you can't do the booth. The booth at Gen Con is quite expensive, right? You're spending several $1,000s plus travel, plus hotel, plus airfare, plus food.
Yeah.
And there's only so much space at Gen Con to hold so many games, right? I always wonder. I mean,
if you're going to sell product,
we go. Yeah, I mean,
get a return.
I came in late, but I assume you guys have already talked about the explosive growth of Gen Con as well.
We touched on it.
Yeah. And you're going this year, Lance, as an employee of a company that's being there.
I am.
Right. And the booths are there's 500 booths in the exhibit hall.
Yeah.
If not, I don't know, about 500, but maybe around that. How do you set yourself apart is the trick.
Well, I don't know. And I saw this on the digital side, and these shows, they tend to grow to the point where they collapse to their own weight, and the big, the big players. I mean, this is Like with Comdex, the big players quit coming because they couldn't spend enough money to rise above the noise.
Yeah.
I have an idea. You can set yourself apart by not having a site that sucks.
Oh man, I wish it came on like an hour earlier.
Yeah.
Well, no, I have thoughts about this stuff, but it's hard to express at 1:30 a.m. So
I have. We talked about it earlier. Like Barry actually asked a very good question. It's like, you ever find yourself? Is there ever a problem where what was it like? Was there ever a problem with what's what I'm looking for here? Like being like
ambassador.
An ambassador. Like, does it ever get to the point where you're being an ambassador to
get tired of that?
You get tired of it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I will say this. Scott was kind of I wouldn't say confronted, but somebody at Gen Con took up some of his time to explain to him how his website was lacking and what he needed to do to change it and fix it.
Origins, you mean?
Origins, yes, Origins.
Yeah.
And I remember telling him, "You're going down a rabbit hole on this one."
Yeah.
And I just and to his credit, he listened for.
I listened to everything, Lance. I tried
way longer than anybody needed to listen to what this person seemed to think that you needed to do to make sure that their one outlandish request be handled. I don't want to be too specific.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very ridiculous.
Well, I feel like that's my job, right? Like, I want to. When people post like, "Oh, I have not spent as much time this month as I spent last month on the website," then I need to know why, right? I want to figure out why did the problem? What did I do that forced you away? We've gone through the reworking, the redesign, and we've gone from like a very I built it to the way I used it. I was the user. I was user number one. So we've changed that to hopefully adapt to more people being able to use the site. And of course, when you change stuff, the people who were used to the old stuff are like, "Oh, wow, why did you do that?" And I can't use the site anymore.
Right.
So
you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
A little bit.
And it's a continual process. I mean, a website is never done.
Yeah, and we're still going through I feel like I've been going through growing pains for the past 10 years. It really turned on in 2005. The site was started in 2000, but 2005 was when it really ramped up, and I've been kind of learning and adapting to the way the market has changed and all the things that have changed in the past 10 years, 11 years.
Well, you talk about getting input from people, and this is something that we used to struggle with at Electronic Arts. They did a lot of primary research on the marketing side, and in these industries in particular, which draw a very passionate, fan base, and they tend to be very vocal with their opinions. And some of it is very valid, and you can get some useful information that way, but a lot of it is noise, and how do you process that and still kind of do it in a friendly, diplomatic way without alienating a fan? It's a constant challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And we've gone through this. I mean, it's part of the way the world has changed from the past 16 years since I started the website. It's been a long time.
Don't you think a lot of that is just with the rise of social media, and people have just kind of
everybody's opinion matters.
Yeah, there's an expectation that what I say is going to
affect
carry weight. Yeah.
And And that's, Lance, why I talked to the person we talked to at Origins. And I do understand their plight. Like, I get it. So.
You get it.
I do.
So.
What's your shirt? What do you got? Like,
who is the number 2 user? If you were the number 1.
I'm actually lying. I'm not the number 1 user. I was number 688. My user ID is 688, which is hilarious, right? I think Dave Bernazani is number 2. Do you know who he is?
I think so. And wasn't, but if I remember correctly, didn't like user number 1's just gone? Like it doesn't even exist.
Don't know if user number 1 exists. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, so when I got married, I wanted to sell my games, right? I wanted to sell some games to pay for the wedding, and that's why I created the marketplace. I'm just saying, I'm user number 1. Like, if I need something to be done on the website, I implement it, or we work on it. I say I. Now, these days, I have a team of 2, me and another person, right? So, but that back then, it was just me really programming.
Wow.
So, that's the way it's evolved, and I think a lot of people don't really realize that.
Yeah, well.
And now today, you've got thousands of voices. Like, everybody uses the site in different ways, right? So.
Right.
And you still need to fix it.
Yeah, I know. What's my problem? Come on.
Well, I think people assume, though, and I mean, I would have guessed that you've got a cast of thousands, behind the scenes, pulling all the levers, and,
It's 5.
Yeah, wow.
We have 5 full-time people. Only 1 programmer, really, me and one other person. So 2 programmers, really. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the average person has
if he hires more people, it cuts into his $79 million.
Yeah, I know. I gotta protect the 70. You gotta break that 80.
Very nice.
Anyway.
You
caught me at a late night honesty.
Late night honesty?
Well, I mean, you're talking about how to fix a site, right? Obviously, things that people say do resonate with the owner of the website, right? That's
Sure.
what I'm trying to say. Where a lot of people feel like they can just say shit and nobody's listening. I do listen. I do watch. It all, echoes around in my head. So.
Yeah, you'll never be able to make everybody happy, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just gotta kind of let it go. I don't know. Let it go. Let it go. Yeah, I don't know. What else are you gonna do? I mean,
I do the best I can.
Well, and apparently it's worth $79 million. So good for you.
According to what website?
Worthofweb.com.
What is worthofweb.com worth?
Oh,
Type in worthofweb.com.
Oh, that is. Hold on.
Yeah,
that's very meta.
Yeah. What's the website that evaluates other websites worth?
Hold on. Oh my! Can't even type right now. Website value calculator. Well, first of all, let's go ahead and just get this over with. www.boardgamegeek.com.
Rick, where are you from?
I'm in the Kansas City area.
Okay.
79 million, holding strong.
Worth of web is worth 79.
No, I checked on you. I just wanted to make sure you knew how much you're worth. Okay, worthofweb.com is worth.
Worthofweb.com, $99.
Infinity.
Yours is worth 79 million. You know how it's like perfected, like it just rounds it off. Yeah. They're worth $1,232,800.
Well, that's got to be accurate because that's a very precise number.
That is very precise. What? How do you measure such things?
Yeah, I
It's so
want to see
bizarre.
let's see the algorithm.
I'm gonna update your report because it said that.
Yeah, it's not been updated since last week.
Oh!
Did I break
just
the
updated
80?
it.
Did you
80 million?
bump it over 80?
Wait, what?
80. Yours is at 80 million. It was 7 days old. I had Worth of Web update your value. You're up to 80 million.
You're picking up $1 million a week.
It was like 2 last time, right? Wow. 77, 79, 80.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, you cash it in. Go down to the website office and cash it in.
Yeah, so I can turn my ticket in.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
how
I
it
got my
works,
ticket.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
You still have your you gotta still have your coupon though. Otherwise, they won't let you do it.
Yeah.
Oh. Good stuff.
Are you Yep.
I was gonna say I'm tired too.
Yeah, I caught you at the end of the discussion. Apparently.
Yeah, but no.
Well, you guys were talking about comics. I was waiting. I was kind of like watching live.
Yeah, but you like comics.
I'm really not the comics expert you are. I mean, you are crazy expert.
I don't think anybody's the comics expert that Lance is.
I like Batman and Spider-Man. That's
Hey, Spider.
you know, I also liked.
Growing up.
Oh, what was it? I'll tell you what was the name of the guy? Frack this, frack that, frackin'. He had the frack.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It was DC. He had a motorbike, space motorbike.
Lobo.
Lobo. Oh, Lobo. Love Lobo.
Lobo was
Lobo.
Deadpool before Deadpool was Lobo.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like, DC... Rick, you were talking about it earlier. Like, why does DC not, like, make a serious movie? Like, just take away the comic stigma.
Right.
Take away all the reality. Or no, not the reality. Take away the fantasy. And create, like, these weird drama, you know?
Well, that's what DC was so good at.
It was the drama of Batman. There's so much Batman. I really love Batman. I mean, like, and they've just destroyed it.
Well, and that's what, you know, Marvel, I think, with X-Men kind of ripped a page out of DC's book.
The Batman versus Superman movie is just a travesty. I watched it the other day. It's on rental now, or whatever, iTunes. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, you guys have a formula. They've put the formula in movies already. Like, here you go. Formula is there. Everybody can watch it. Just copy it. But no, they went down a path. I don't get it. And it... What do you think, Lance? Have you seen the Batman vs. Superman?
Yeah, it's horrible.
It made money.
I'm sure it made money, but, like, every fan is just grief-stricken. Yeah. Like, the Batman of Dark Knight Returns is not... Oh, it's so rough. I mean, I guess you can't... When you have Batman as a hero, or sorry, Superman as a hero, and you try to do Dark Knight Returns, where Batman's a bad guy... You can't do it.
Yeah.
Dark Knight Returns is great because it's like that final. It's like, I want you to know, Clark. I want you to remember when you think of this, it was me. I'm the one who beat you. You know, he's got his hand around his neck. You know, like he could kill Superman if he wanted to.
No, they just didn't. They like partially committed, and they just gave up.
I don't think they've got the guts to take it all the way.
And they probably should have. That would have been like crazy. Everybody would have flipped out.
Yeah, anyway. it was that was a good that was a very good moment about, you know, with where Frank Miller kind of reinvented it. But then again, now Frank Miller, you kind of read about him and he's kind of a sociopath, so you're
victim
kind
of his own success.
No, like if you actually like read some of the stuff that Frank Miller has written.
That, though.
Well, no, man. So, I mean, he's a good writer, and he's I like his art too. A lot of people poo-poo his art, but I dig Frank Miller's art. But there's a lot of like he's very misogynistic, like in real life and things like that. So Frank Miller's kind
That's
of
the whole like separating the art from the artist, right?
well, yeah. I mean, I'm fine. But you're not seeing me racing out and purchasing
No.
any Adolf Hitler paintings anytime soon.
No,
So,
but
but
I have to keep telling myself about that with the whole Ender's Game stuff.
well, yeah, I suppose you're right. You got
But
too.
yeah, but I had not seen it when it came out, and I just rented it or whatever on iTunes. It's bad. I get it. I get why people are mad. So
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's good stuff. It's really tough to screw up Batman. I mean, like though I didn't really like the whole New 52 thing that they're doing. I think that's I realized that they had to reboot everything, just because it was a mess. But I don't know.
Well, if they were rebooting, why didn't they go down
just
all the way?
do a total reboot.
Like,
Well, I mean, look at like Ultimate Spider-Man. That was just really well done. I mean, I stopped reading after like about the 6th or 7th big mega graphic novel, but I mean that was just like, okay, we're just going to take Peter Parker and we're going to put him in high school again, and we're going to put him in high school in like 2006. So people have cell phones and stuff like that, and so it was just a retelling of that whole situation, and it was once again done really, really well. And I don't know. It's
what is that shirt you're wearing?
the shirt I'm wearing. It's a stormtrooper with glasses on, so he's able to shoot Luke Skywalker in the back.
I was like, is it Han and it's shooting him in the back or what?
No, they finally got glasses on.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
So there was a hard-boiled movie, Kabuki Kid. It starred Cho Yun-fat.
What's going on with chat tonight? Anything? Anybody?
Nothing. I've been giving Paul a bad time, and now he's mad at me.
What are your
what?
What are you planning on doing at Gen Con? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. Whatever my boss tells me to. One of my job functions.
But you can say, hey, should I do this or should I do that? Or
one of my job functions.
You're not like an automaton, right?
One of the I'm sure I will demo a game or two. But one of my job functions at the convention, Michael has told me, is that I'm expected to just wander about and talk to people, and also take a look at any like prototypes or ideas for games that might come our way, to take a look at and see if there's anything that I might be.
I feel that Gen Con may turn into the American Essen.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, it is.
All right, if you say so. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little bit worried that this year's Gen Con is just going to be a bloated mess. Just because, like, the whole fact that they're co-opting Lucas Oil Stadium and all this other thing.
I'm very curious to see what that all turns into. Rick, have you gone to Gen Con before? Or are you...
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, on my website, you'll see was a Gen Con guest of honor many years ago.
What?
Yeah.
Did you know that, Lance?
This is going. We're going back a ways now. Back in the early '90s, I had the opportunity to work with Gary Gygax on a project.
What?
Yeah.
Did you guys cover this before, or am I just like covering new ground here?
No, we didn't go very far back into my long and sordid past.
Gary Gygax project?
Yeah, this was. You guys familiar with Dangerous Journeys? I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at doing a digital adaptation of the Mythos book. Really, kind of never came to pass. It was just I could go on and on about that, but yeah, Gary was a great guy. What
was your relationship like? Business only, or did you guys hang out, or?
No. In fact, I never. It was all phone calls
Any call, yeah, figure it out.
and letters. I mean, this was a lot of this predated.
No email, right? Yeah.
And Gary was not using email, and he was not in the best of health at that time. So oftentimes I would work through his wife, who was also just a lovely lady. They were both just the greatest people. Used to get a Christmas card from Gary.
Wow.
Yeah, great sense of humor.
I mean, it's interesting because his passing recently, and a lot of people don't talk about this stuff, right? Like, you can only really read about it. Like, there's not a lot of people who are still around that work with him, and I guess you're one of the few. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've got on my website. In fact, I have a letter that Gary sent me, which, I mean, I treasure it. I mean, it doesn't have any monetary value, but the fact that it came from him, and I have, obviously, just ultimate respect for him as a designer.
Wow. And things have changed, right? Like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so much. I mean, crazy. Do you?
I can't even imagine doing some of what he did today. I mean, because what he and Arnson did. I mean, they weren't doing it for money. You couldn't do it for money. Yeah. There was no money to be had at that time. So
I remember I would walk into the Walden books as a kid and be like, I pick up the Dungeons and Dragons box and kind of turn it around in my hands, and it was a different time for sure.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
So needless to say, Gen Con is a little different.
I imagine it's probably different than when you've been.
Yeah, I was the
I've only been 3 years.
I was guest of honor was 92.
92.
Yeah.
So a while back then.
A while back.
Wow. Okay.
So that was the 25th anniversary year. So and next year will be the 50th anniversary.
Wow. Where was the 92?
It was still in Wisconsin at that point.
Okay. How many people attended? Like,
it actually had grown significantly, but I think they probably had fewer than 1,000 that year.
Fewer than 1,000.
Yeah. Which to them still represented phenomenal growth.
Right. Yeah, they're like, oh wow, 1,000 people coming to play RPGs.
Yeah, it's like, look at this. We've got 24 tables, 24 gaming tables.
Yeah. Interesting.
Seems like a small number for that. Maybe.
I know. We're BGG Con is 3,000.
Yeah, and that was probably total through the gate. I don't think at any one time there were probably more than 400 or 500 people on the floor.
Wow. What's when it's just a pure RPG convention? Like, what is the feeling like? You walk in, is it very quiet, or is there like a lot of buzz? Or
no, it was pretty quiet. It was pretty quiet.
Everybody at their table is just kind of focused on the game they're playing.
Yeah, and I mean it was very intimate. There weren't certainly the demo tables. There weren't more than 3 or 4 people at any table at any one time. So it's very easy to have an extended conversation with a designer.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many days was it? Do you remember? Was it still 4, or was it?
Well, I was there. I don't think it was 4. I was there for 2, so it may have been 3. It may have been 3.
It was like Friday through Sunday.
Friday and maybe through Sunday at noon, something like that. I mean, I think they did the auction. I mean, the Friday there wasn't a whole lot going on. It was pretty much set up, and they did the auction in the evening. Yeah.
Was it all RPG, like pure?
No. I mean, there was a little bit. I mean, it was
minis.
all. Yeah, there was minis, a lot of hex stuff.
92. That was pre-Magic. Right?
Magic was
not quite there yet. Right?
Yeah, Magic was not. The last Gen Con. Well, the Gen Con I did in '92. Magic was not there, but it's interesting because we got. Again, I was kind of at EA at the right time because we got a real early look at Magic. I had the original beta set, all that stuff, which I did. I didn't keep any.
Yeah, you had no idea. Yeah, no, like, hey, here's some cards for you.
Oh yeah, I
Check
mean we
this out.
got, we went to Wizards and got a real early look. We were talking about doing a digital adaptation of Magic really before it even went commercial.
Wow.
Um,
A digital in '92.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, and it's still terrible today. I'm
I-
sorry.
I know,
I'm
isn't
so
it?
sorry. Like
I
Wizards, whatever, Hasbro, it's terrible. It's just awful.
There's just
Oh my
some
gosh. Isn't it-
games that just
Yeah.
need to stay
Yeah,
on the table.
Yeah. True. Yeah, true. Lance.
Yes.
Wow. They were looking at digital before it came out.
Yep.
Amazing. Did you know Peter and Richard? Peter Atkins and Richard?
I didn't know them personally.
You just kind of just like, okay, here's the game.
Yeah, I'd never
Pitch.
heard it. I had never heard of them or the product. Couple of us went by the office. Spent half a day there.
Was this EA in LA?
Well,
San
we were in San Francisco. We were in San Mateo. San Mateo. They're in Redwood City now. But,
San Mateo, yeah, cool. I worked in at 3DFX in the 90s.
Oh, no kidding. Okay, yeah.
Do you know them? I don't know if I never got to go to EA, but I got to go to like some surrounding stuff.
I can't even imagine getting a job for EA today. How tough it would be.
I
But
know.
back then, I mean, the primary criteria for getting a job was, are you a gamer? Yeah, I'm a gamer. What do you like? Well, I like RPGs, and
Can you write C++? Yeah,
kind of-
sure.
really, it was a cultural litmus test.
Yeah,
I mean, the interviews was like, what's your favorite movie? I mean, it was just like, are you gonna fit the culture here?
Yeah, culture is better than, and a little bit of technical, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually managed the role playing, the adventure, and the strategy categories for EA for 5 years.
What were your primary titles?
Well, Syndicate. I had all
What?
the Bullfrog titles. Yeah. So
What?
work closely with
Lance,
Peter Molyneux. Yeah.
God, why wasn't I on earlier? Oh my God.
Well, we didn't. We'll have to save some of this for next time because we didn't really go to a lot of this stuff. But
bring Rick back when I could like probe the brain.
oh yeah, we could do a whole
Oh,
segment just on Bard's Tale 4, which I was one of maybe 6 people in the world that actually played that game before it was killed.
amazing.
Aw.
Amazing. Wow.
But Bard's Tale's coming back. Bard's Tale's coming back.
Yeah, it's kind of always been around, right?
Yeah, it's always been
And,
around.
and Syndicate too, right? Like that's kind of one of those.
Syndicate too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all of the also all the Bullfrog titles, and then was also
Bullfrog.
there. Yeah, when we acquired Origins, so we were talking
Was
about
that, Sim
Richard
Golf?
Garriott.
Sim Golf? And Bullfrog? No. That was
Theme Park.
Theme Park. Yeah, Theme Park.
Yeah.
And
And Populous.
Populous. Magic Carpet.
Magic Carpet. Yeah. Powermonger. Yeah.
Wow. Pretty cool. Man.
Yeah, which is funny because my career's kind of come full circle now because I kind of started with the tabletop stuff and then went into digital for many years, and am now finally doing the pivot back to tabletop.
Interesting. Okay. What brought you back?
Well, we were talking about the App Store earlier, so I kind of went from, obviously you can't, as an indie, you're not out there doing console development and PC development on your own. So I, for the last really 15 years, have been doing mobile when mobile was still accessible. And the company I started, Lightplay, back in 2001, we were one of the first companies doing mobile. In fact, it didn't even exist in North America at that time, so we were doing product for Asia and Europe for the most part. But it got to the point where with the App Store, again, once the big guys came in and there was money to be made there,
It's like lightning in a bottle.
it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And tabletop as an indie, it's you can still make your mark.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow.
Plus, it's my first love anyway. So.
Real. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the RPG translated kind of towards tabletop for you.
Well, from tabletop through digital and now back to tabletop. I mean, I've always been an RPG guy. which is funny because my current product has absolutely no resemblance to an RPG.
I was looking at it. Like,
This is not.
Is this just kind of like? Are you just kind of dipping your toe in? Do you feel like you've got another?
Yeah.
You got some things in your head.
I have notebooks full of.
Wow.
Yeah, man,
Cool. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Oh, there you go. Lance,
literally notebooks full.
Lance, Tasty Minstrel, talk to Rick.
So you don't want to look too far down the road, but I can tell you the what I'm going to be doing next bears absolutely no resemblance to the game Hipsters and Hamsters.
Right, you're just kind of like testing the waters, right? I mean.
Yeah, well, and there's still there's opportunities to do mass market stuff, and it's kind of ironic because Hipsters and Hamsters, this is not a great fit for Kickstarter. Because the folks that are backing board games on Kickstarter, they do tend to be, I think, more I don't know, maybe not hardcore, but certainly midcore. Where this is firmly
a little more above the mainstream, right?
Absolutely, and this is about as mass market as it gets. So in that sense, this is not a great fit for a Kickstarter, but this is the idea that presented itself, so this is kind of where we went with.
The artwork is really great.
We were talking about that a little bit earlier. So the illustrations for the cards were done by my brother-in-law. This was largely a family affair. The designs on the back of the cards were done by my wife, who's a graphic artist.
Nice.
So this is about as indie as it gets.
Okay.
You should back it again.
I backed it.
He bought two copies.
He's advertising with us. I would hopefully hope people can go out and check it out. Like, Rick, I'm so excited that you're on, and I got to talk to you for like the 5 minutes that we're talking, and I feel like there's more to come from Hipster. What's the name of the company? Do you have a company? Light Play.
Yeah.
Wow. And I think we probably came together up in the video game world, because I got into video games.
It sounds like it.
And I worked for 3D Effects and 3D Realms, Duke Nukem, and one of those games. And I didn't work on Duke Nukem, so the good one. I worked on the one after that. But anyway. I was out there in LA or San Francisco when you were, I bet, at the same time.
You didn't work on the one that took 20 years to actually.
Well, no, I worked on that.
That was Duke Nukem Forever, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately did.
It took forever.
Well, that explains why BGG is as hard.
I worked. I started BGG before I went to Duke Nukem, and I quit 5 years after.
Wow.
So, yeah, I worked 99. BGG started in really 99, launched in 2000. I went to work in Duke Nukem on 2000, and I quit in 2005. Sorry, the end of 2005, so technically 2006. So I worked on Duke Nukem for 5 years.
So just like BoardGameGeek, you just leave things unfinished.
Lance, BoardGameGeek will never be finished.
Well, I appreciate you being honest.
I wish I could finish it. I want to finish, but I had no control over Duke Nukem. So.
Anyway. I don't know that anybody did.
Did you cash?
It's legendary.
There were some people in charge of Duke Nukem. What's that? Lance?
Did you cash the paychecks?
Yeah, it was a good job.
So you admit then that you had no ethics.
I learned a
You
lot.
knew you weren't going to be able to complete your project, but you took their money.
Why would I take a job where I feel like the job would never finish?
You just said
that
so.
was not the attitude of the team. The team was amazing. Everybody who I worked with was amazing. I have no problem recommending any person on that team.
Well, I think there was every intention to deliver that.
We worked our asses off every day in and out to try to finish that game. That was not the problem.
Well, what was the problem then?
I'm not gonna say that on the internet. Come on.
Oh yeah.
There are problems. There's problems. Every team has a problem.
Hey, what about? Okay. You don't have to answer that question, but can you answer the question?
What's that?
You know, the one.
What's the one?
You know the one.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The question that I
Gen Con question?
the question that I always ask you, that I say I got to get you drunk, so you'll tell me.
No clue.
No,
don't say it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm not answering that question. We're done.
42.
Yeah.
42 is the answer. I'm changing my jersey, right? I'm getting rid of my 51.
You're gonna have 00 for me though at Gen Con? You think?
I hope so. I have not seen it yet, but I hope so.
Sweet.
Are you gonna walk around with a BoardGameGeek jersey working?
Yeah.
Working
Yeah,
as a
if anybody asks me any questions,
I don't know what you're talking about.
well, no, I'm gonna wear the hoodie as well, you know, and then you know.
Tasty Minstrel Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
No, I'm gonna wear it, and so if anybody asks me about BoardGameGeek, I'm just gonna pretend I work for you, and I'm gonna badmouth the company.
Okay. Well.
Nice.
No hotel room for you.
Oh! How's that looking into that, by the way?
I'm working on it.
Good deal.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, there you go. It's 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
We'll
Rick,
have Rick.
oh my gosh, Rick.
Rick. I will. If you want to come back on.
We gotta get Rick back on, and I can probe him.
Rick, if you want to come back on to be probed by Aldi, you're more than welcome.
Well, how could I turn that offer down?
Sweet. All right. Well, there is none of the. Well, I guess technically Scott Alden is an Alaboom. He's a boomer. So
am I?
Yeah, you're part of the group.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
You were the fifth boomer. Jim Felly was the sixth. So, thank you everybody for taking the time to listen to us. If you listen to us live, thank you very much. If you listen to us after the fact, thank you very much as well. Anybody have any parting thoughts?
Who's left? Kabuki Kid? We gotta get Kabuki Kid on.
She won't do it.
Why Kabuki Kid? Kabuki Kid. Please.
We told her she doesn't have to be on video.
Yeah,
she
exactly.
Can just have microphone.
Yeah.
She won't do it. I don't know why.
We need more female voices in the industry. It really it makes a difference, right? It affects us all. We need you, Kabuki Kid. We do.
Well, we'll convince her some night.
Yeah.
She's just saying goodbye.
She's like, no way, man.
I'm out of here.
Sorry. Well, if Kabuki Kid, if you're ever at Origins or Gen Con or BGG Con, please introduce yourself to me. I would love to.
That'd be cool. All right, so go back. Anybody who's listening to this, go back Hipsters and Hamsters, and then we'll have Rick on next week as well.
And that's just the tip in the water. The tip your toe in the water.
That's right.
Awesome. And the art is so cool. Oh my gosh.
It is cool.
Yeah.
All right.
A 10-minute game.
I'm going to bed.
Awesome.
Okay,
guys.
folks.
I'm glad